Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg. Well, hello there. How have you been? Welcome to Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's International Kissing Day, so I'm all in it for that. Join me. Let's have a smooch. It's fabulous to have your company today. We've got a fabulous day ahead of us. We're going to start with our early bird. Here we go. We've actually got not one but two early birds today. Let's get started. So this is fab. Great little set here. You've got a pack of 30 assorted needles. All sorts of different sewing needles there. Some for quilting, some for applique, some for general stitching. You've got a big box of pins. Great big box there with lots of lovely straight pins in, and then you've also got a box of safety pins. Always useful. We had one of our co-presenters from one of the other channels come running in. I've got a wardrobe emergency, she said. Have you got a safety pin? We said, have we got safety pins? We're Sewing Street. Of course we do. And then we spent half an hour looking for one. I'm joking. We have found one straight away. I digress. $5.99 is not your price. This is your price. $2.99. Love it. So you're getting 30 assorted sewing needles, a big box of straight pins, and a box of safety pins for $2.99. Absolute bargain. This is actually, it's pretty much a giveaway. I can't think of anywhere that you could go and buy a pack of needles, a pack of pins, and a pack of safety pins for under £3. That is amazing value. And also, of course, this opens your shopping basket. You've paid your P&P for the rest of the day. Job done. I know there's going to be lots on today's shows that you're going to want to get involved with as well. We've got a fantastic morning ahead. Great actually, if you want to refresh your sewing basket. These are the kind of things that we always lose. If you want to have a little travelling set, if you're going on holidays and you want to take a little, sewing set with you, repairs, a little something tucked in your bag. That's our one early bird. Let me show you our second early bird. Love this, love this. We get the early bird sting again. So you're getting here a story. We always sell out of these the minute we get them. This is the quilted bare thread storage box. You've got in here space to store 27 reels of thread. So you can see you've got like little prongs that you're going to put your reels of thread on. Beautifully visible storage. Keep everything dust free, out of harm's way. You've got your lid there as well. This for free. For free? For free? What do you mean? Well, you're also getting this gorgeous set of threads here from Gutermann Sew All Thread. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. So £11.99, effectively getting that box for free, storage box for free. You've also got 7 reels of thread. You've got a white, 2 shades of pink, 2 shades of blue, 2 shades of green. Absolutely beautiful thread colours. I'm going to open this up. Oh, it's lovely. Absolutely lovely. Let me get this open. I can't get it open. It's too hard. Oh, there we go. I'm in. There we go. Look at these lovely colours. It's almost like sort of apple blossom, isn't it? Just lovely, lovely colours. 2 shades of green, 2 shades of blue, 2 pinks and a white. And I'll just show you how your storage box works. Take the lid off, Stuart. That would help. And then the thread, you can store up to 27 reels of thread in here. Absolutely fab. In there you go. Let me just move that along. There we go. Lid on. Perfect. Gorgeous, isn't it? £11.99. That is fab. £11.99 would be fab for the thread storage box, but you're getting 7 reels of Gutermann Sew All Thread. Now, Gutermann Sew All Thread, £179, £180 a reel at least. No, £240 now. Isn't it about £230 or £240 for a reel of thread? That's got to be about £15 worth of thread. How much? £250 a reel. £250 a reel. That's amazing. That's amazing. £11.99 for 7 reels of Gutermann thread. There you go. There you go. £2.50 for 100 metres. Wow. There's nearly £17.50's worth of thread plus the thread storage box for £11.99. Absolutely brilliant. Let's do the menu, shall we? Let's do the menu. So 8 AM we've got threads and stash builders. We've started off with brilliant threads and stash builders. Got so many to get through, it's going to be fast and furious. At 9 o'clock we've got Helen Rhiannon with the Dressmaking, the Easy Guide book. This absolutely fabulous book, signed copies. Helen's out there now signing more. We have got very, very limited stocks of her fabulous brand new book. And let me tell you, her book has gone for reprint because when that stock is sold, that is it until it's been reprinted. And speaking as an author, reprints take months. So it could easily be months, 3 or 4 months before that book is back in stock. So if you're thinking this would be a fabulous Christmas present, you need to buy it today or you will not get it. If you're thinking this would be lovely for a birthday present for September, buy it today because you won't get it in September. It's being reprinted as we speak and we cannot. We tried this morning to get more. We have literally the number that we have and that is it. So Helen Rhiannon's fabulous book, she's going to give us some great demos at 9 o'clock. Now at 10 o'clock we've got fabulous fabrics. It is Tula Pink's birthday today. Happy birthday Tula, if you're watching. Got that quilt kit coming up at 10 o'clock. Also some gorgeous Tula Pink fabrics. We have also got some really gorgeous tapestry fabrics and some extra wide cotton canvas at bargain prices. So do make sure you tune in at 10 o'clock or hop onto the web and get ahead of the game. At 11 o'clock, Helen's back with a brand new Amber Makes the Store It tote bag. This is a lovely bag, really cute, great bit of piecing. And just really useful. 3 different colourways. You've got a big thread bobbin on one side, a reel of thread on one side. It's all about threads this morning. 3 little reels on the side, pockets as well. Super roomy, gorgeous. 3 different colourways, and I love the fact that it matches. Where's Stuart gone? There he is. Hiya. That's coming up at 11. Now at 12 o'clock, we've got bag making kits and supplies. So I think you'll agree, a pretty fabulous morning here on Sewing Street. Okay, let's get started. Lots and lots of beautiful thread. Now then, let's jump straight to the Metler threads because these are beautiful. This is silk finish cotton. This is a 50 weight. And just gorgeous. Mercerized cotton, so it has that gorgeous sheen, that gleam to it. Now you're getting 18 assorted colours here, and there really is a colour for everything. You've got all your neutrals, greys, tans and browns. Then you've got an absolute rainbow of beautiful colour at the bottom. Each reel of thread, you've got 150 metres. So where a standard reel of, say, Gutermann sole thread's 100 metres, this is 150 metres on each one. So I was looking at that thinking 18 100 metre reels of thread, £28.99, great price. But actually you're getting half again as much as I was expecting. I thought it was 100 metres, it's 150 metres per reel. 2,700 metres of thread for £28.99. What does that work out per reel, boys? 18 reels of thread, £28.99. That's an absolute bargain. Metler's a gorgeous brand as well. 100% cotton, by the way. And the mercerization process gets rid of any fluff and any lint from the thread, so it's super lint free. About 160 a reel, thereabouts, for 150 metres per reel. Here's a price comparison. Metler silk finish 18 spools, £30.99. And that's on offer on that website. Should have been £49. Here on Sewing Street, you're paying £28.99. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. If you bought our early bird, either of our early birds, you've already paid your P&P. The thread storage actually would go beautifully with that. Right, let's move on. Let's do, we've got a Gutermann set here. This N70, love these. These are all the metallics and sheeny, shimmery, glossy. Now these are machine embroidery threads. I get asked all the time if I can recommend good embroidery threads. These are beautiful, absolutely beautiful. You get in that box 20, thank you. Just trying to get Facebook Live on, guys. Facebook Live is not working. Sorry. So you're getting 20 reels of thread in there, and they all have this fabulous glossy finish. So for machine embroidery, you're going to get that beautiful glossy finish. You've got some metallics in there as well. If you're using this for regular sewing, for things like decorative stitching, top stitching, again, you're going to get that beautiful glossy finish. That's going to be beautiful. Now, just the gold thread alone, £5. Oh, thank you, Michael. £5 just for one reel. You're getting all of these reels, 20 of them for £44.99. That's just a little over £2 a reel, which is phenomenal value. I've got a lot of good mornings to say. Sharon, good morning. June, good morning. Claire, good morning. To you, my darling. Catherine, good morning. Tina, good morning. Stuart, it's my birthday today, so maybe I'll get some kisses, Tina. Here's the first. Well, maybe not. Mwah. Happy birthday. Have a fabulous day. International Kissing Day and your birthday. Gorge. It's also National Fried Chicken Day, so that's lunch sorted. Sandra says, good morning, lovely Stuart. Sending a big kiss on International Kissing Day. Mwah, to you too. Donna says, good morning, everyone. Jan says, morning, Stuart and everyone. Carol says, yes, it is working. Oh, good. Excellent. Morning as well. Thank you. We are working. We are working. Loads of these in baskets. What a beautiful, beautiful set of threads. Isn't it gorgeous? Now, let's just think about the price of each reel. Just about £2. 220, something like that, 220 for a reel, for beautiful premium. And also, look, 200 metres per reel. So again, double what you think you're getting. I look at that size reel and think that's 100 metres. It's 200 metres. Absolutely superb. Absolutely superb. You've also, I think, got 2 reels of bobbin thread. You do. So you've got 2 metallics, 2 bobbin, a white bobbin and a black bobbin. You use those for everything. And then 16 reels of gorgeous, sheeny, beautiful embroidery thread from Gutermann. Just lovely. Awesome for quilting as well. Really lovely on bags. Imagine adding just a little bit of decorative top stitching on something like a denim bag. It may be the gold or the bronzy kind of shades or the orange. Be beautiful. Beautiful. All right. Now, next one. Let's go. I've got some really cute little sets of Gutermann thread. I'll show you them all together because these are lush. And we've got sew-all, we've got cotton and we've got cotton, but you could use all of these together as well. And I'm just thinking, well, absolutely. I'm thinking we've got kind of landscapes and all sorts of things going on here. Let's just start off with this one here, this N74. So you've got 10 100-metre reels of thread in all these gorgeous kind of autumny, fiery colours. £14.99. That's less than £1.50 a reel. That's amazing because Gutermann sew-all thread and cotton thread, £2.50 a reel. This should be £30. It's half price basically. Is it? No, not £30, £25. Amazing value. £10 saving. Just brilliant. You've got that gorgeous cream, you've got a lovely warm tan, a couple of different deeper, warmer browns there, deep and dark. You've got that gorgeous gold, a deep russety orange, a sort of true red, and then more of a cranberry. These are just gorgeous. Beautiful, very important palette, lovely warm colours. These are all 100% cotton. So cotton has more of a matte finish when you're sewing with it. It blends really nicely. So sometimes I'm asked, when should I use cotton? When should I use polyester? It all comes down to what effect are you getting? What do you want? Sometimes you want your fabrics to really blend with your threads. And if you want that, then cotton, because it has that more matte finish, will blend with your cotton fabrics. Just slightly more than a polyester. Polyester always has a very slight sheen to it, which I love because it makes it pop a little bit. But your cotton will blend. It has more of a matte finish. Little question. Morning, Stuart. What's bobbin thread? How is it different to other thread, please? Explain. From Paula in Norfolk. Well, with machine embroidery, your bobbin thread is generally finer than your top thread. Okay, you get much more on your bobbin, so your bobbin lasts for a lot longer. You can use it for piecing as well. It's ace for that. Use a finer thread in the top as well. But with machine embroidery, what happens is, because the bobbin thread is finer, it draws the top thread under a little. It pulls it down. So you get this perfect neat finish on the top. You never ever get the bobbin thread showing on the top because it's finer and it kind of pulls the top thread down. Do you see what I mean? So that's why you can use white or black bobbin thread with anything embroidery wise, because it never ever shows on the top. So great, really good to have. All right, then cotton. This is kind of landscapey, different shades of blues, different shades of greens. Again, £14.99 for 1,000 meters of Gutermann cotton thread. This is a 50 weight, so perfect for piecing, applique, quilting. Yeah, you could absolutely use this like Delphine's gorgeous landscapey projects. Be beautiful. Just beautiful. And then one more of these. Now this one is a sew-all thread. Love this. Love these teals, grey blues, lovely deep navies, cobalts, gorgeous bright greens there. Absolutely lovely. Fab. Now, needles. Just want to show you all of these together. These regularly get ignored on Sewing Street, but they're fundamental, aren't they, to what we do, but we rarely get the chance. Just want to make you aware that we have all of these needles on our website. Now, probably the ones that I'm going to use most often in my quilting are milliners or straw needles, sharps and betweens or quilting needles. So milliners or straws for applique, sharps for hand sewing EPP, and betweens for quilting. We sell all of these things on our website. We've also got leather needles, also really useful when you're doing things like sewing on leather straps or faux leather straps, things like that. They have a really sharp piercing point, okay, almost like a cutting point on them. We've got chenille needles for things like you know, darning, cross stitch, tapestry, that kind of thing. We've got tapestry needles as well. Fairly sort of similar, bit of crossover there. And then long darners. These are useful for doll making as well. But these are all on our website. Click on Watch Live on the website. And then scroll down and you will find out, coming up on today's shows, and our bestseller, and also today's show deals, which is what we've already had on air. You'll be able to see all of the things we've got coming up. All of the needles are there. There we go. £1.49. They're great prices. They're just those things we never really get the opportunity to show on air, but we have them. We have them. A few more messages. George has got in touch to say, I won't be doing any kissing on International Kissing Day, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, my daughter has picked up a tummy bug from school. Oh, well, I'm going to blow her and you a little kiss. Hope she gets well soon. Hillary's got in touch to say, morning, Stuart. Looking forward to Friday. Me too. My new fabric range launches. Carol says, I live on my own, so I will give my cat Crackers a kiss today. Oh, I love kisses with Mrs. Mills. Right, let's start off over here with Thermolan. Now, Thermolan is a compressed fleece or quilt batting. It is very firm, very stable. It is heat insulating, so it will keep warm things warm for longer. It will keep cold things cold for longer. So it's great for things like placemats, table runners, lunch bags, drinks holders, all that kind of stuff. It's also really, really good as a quilt batting or for quilted clothing. It's very thin, very firm, very stable. You get a lovely, nice flat finish as well. So it's not just for heat insulating projects, but it is fabulous for those. You can also use it in things like tote bags and shopping bags, especially if you want a bag that's sort of designed for things like bringing your freezer food home, or maybe that lovely rotisserie chicken that you're going to have with salad. Yum, everyone's on board for that. You know, just a great product. But like I say, I use it a lot for things like wall hangings too, because it's so firm, so stable, that it really helps to create a nice crisp square wall hanging. Also very, very thin because it's compressed, and that's how it heat insulates. Because it's very compressed, it traps the air. So it hasn't got any metal in or anything like that. So you could use this in the microwave as well for things like soup cozy, you know, bowl cozies, or tortilla warming wraps, or bags. Some people do their jacket potatoes in a bag in the microwave as well. So you can use it for that as well. But also good if you make like miniature quilts or small quilts where usual batting would be a bit too thick and fluffy. This provides a much thinner layer, so it's really useful. We don't often feature this, and it's such a useful product. This is a pre-cut piece, by the way. You get 1 metre pre-cut, and it's 90 centimetres wide. It's got a gorgeous crisp whiteness to it as well. So if you use this behind white fabrics, pastel fabrics, bright fabrics, it will really make them glow and pop. Yeah. Whereas if you use a creamy batting, an unbleached batting behind those, it can very slightly dull them down. It's only a slight thing, but it does give a sort of brightening effect to your colours. Very good, versatile product that. Very versatile product. What next? Yeah, we can talk about my quilting book. So this was published, I think it was, the anniversary was yesterday of its publication. Simple Shape Stunning Quilts is a collection of 100 quilt patterns using simple shapes. Squares, rectangles, strips, triangles, circles. No simple quilt has to look simple unless you want it to. Simple quilts can look incredible, amazing, different, out there. This is one of my favourites. I made this using Tilda fabrics. It's just called Half Circles. I'm very clever with my quilt names, aren't I? I mean, I really do. There's a lot of humour. This is so easy to make though. Half circles or full circle, appliqué to a background, chopped up into rectangles and rejoined to create this fabulous rippled effect. Loads you could do with that. That's one pattern out of 100. Pineapple log cabin. Now you look at that and think, whoa, lots of complicated templates to use. It's strips and it's squares, nothing else. Strips and squares, and I've shown a very traditional version there, but you could make this in Tula pink, you could make this in bright Alison glass fabrics. You could really have fun with that. Shards of glass, again, really traditional looking in this colourway, but where is it now? Right at the front, I think. We also photographed it here, look, in bright Alison glass fabrics where it looks very modern and very punchy. So you get 100 quilt patterns in this book. Crossing borders, 9 stars, bit Amish there. Christmas cactus. There's the photo of that one. Again, simple shapes, but beautiful results. And if you've never quilted before, don't worry, because I explain how to make, how to cut, how to piece. Everything you need to know is all explained in the front of the book. You've got templates, you've got foundations if you need them. Now, Old Glory, this was on my Instagram on the 4th of July. I put a little picture of this. You can't just pull that up, could you, Charlie? Can we show that? I made the Old Glory quilt. This is a faux log cabin block, and it is literally strips sewn together. So you can strip piece this block. So you can make this quilt in next to no time, and it has the look of log cabin, but it's much quicker, much simpler and easier to make, with a bit of simple applique. Here's the quilt in the flesh. There it is. There we go. Won't it? Oh, there it is. You can see it next to a beautiful bowl of cherries. So yeah, 100 quilt patterns in that book for £17.99. So each quilt pattern is costing you 18 pence. 18 pence. So that's essential in your stash, isn't it? If you're ever stuck for an idea, what can I do? I need a new quilt pattern, I need a new template, I need a new idea, or even just a colour combination. I've put in so many different colour combinations, styles. Some are bright, some are traditional. This is a little bit of Cafe here. This was my third book, Ben. This was my third. So my first one was So Fabulous. Number 2 was Make 100 Quilts. Number 3 was Simple Shapes. Number 4 was Bags for Life. And number 5 comes out next year. And that's a year of quilts from the country. And then I'm working on book 6 now. Shh. Right, I'll pop that to one side, shall I? Let's talk about rulers, yeah. Another couple of essentials. Now, these are probably not the first rulers you'll ever buy. But if you've already got your 6x24 ruler, I strongly recommend either of these books or both. Let's start with 80, which is the 6.5 by 12.5. So this is half the depth of your regular quilt ruler. And I'm sure there's lots of times when you've been using that long ruler where you've thought, I'm only cutting small pieces, I'm working with fat quarters or scraps or trimming up my half square triangles, and this is cumbersome and big to get. Yes, use that when you're cutting your long strips, of course, but a lot of the rest of our cutting, a shorter ruler is quicker. It's quicker to use because it's easier to manipulate and turn, and that can really cut down on your cutting time and then get to the sewing faster. So a 6.5 by 12.5 inch ruler, I think, is a stash essential. This is from Creative Grid. So remember, amazing quality rulers, amazing markings that are visible on light and dark fabrics. You've also got non-slip dots on the back of the ruler and a margin all the way around the outside edge, which really helps to reduce the amount of pressure that you have to put on the ruler when you're cutting to keep it still and safe. Which means if your hands get tired, your shoulders, your elbows get tired from holding rulers down, this is going to require less pressure. It's a really good ruler. All of the Creative Grid rulers have a QR code on them that you can scan on a smartphone and go through to a video, or you can go onto their YouTube channel and you can watch demonstrations, even of like the regular quilting rulers. There are demos of them, so well worth watching, as well as, of course, all the demos you see here on Sewing Street. So love that, $23.99. The other ruler that I always recommend is a square ruler. For some of the same reasons, actually. This is great if you're scrap quilting and you're cutting smaller pieces of fabric. Super useful, easy to manipulate and turn. But then you've got the added advantage of that extra width, 8.5 inches square this time, which means if you're cutting background blocks, everything from, you know, an inch up to 8.5 inches, you can do this quickly and easily. Literally whack it on your fabric, cut two sides, turn the whole thing around and cut the remaining two sides, and you've perfect squares. Also, you've got that strong diagonal through the center. So if you like to make your half square triangle, quarter square triangle, flying geese slightly bigger and then trim them down, you're going to find it much, much easier with a square ruler. Much easier than doing it with even a small rectangular ruler. Your squaring up is going to be easier with a square ruler. This is $16.99. I think that's a brilliant price. Same features, easy to read markings in black and white for light or dark fabrics, a great strong diagonal for trimming, and you've also got those non-slip dots and margin so that you don't have to put so much pressure on the ruler to keep it still. All right, good couple of stash builders there. Now, Karen K. Buckley, who we love, makes amazing scissors. These are her curved scissors. So these are brilliant if you're doing fine work, embroidery, trimming your threads, getting close to the needle with that curved point. You can get nice and close to the needle when you're trimming. Also good for snipping into seam allowances, around appliques for easy turning as well. Great if you're a doll maker, trimming around small seams. If you've never used Karen K. Buckley scissors, you don't know what all the fuss is about until you've tried them. They're game changers. All of the blades on her scissors have micro serrations on them. Excuse me. So effectively, the blades grip the fabric when you're cutting, which until you've actually, I think, used the scissors, you can't feel, you don't know what the difference is going to be like, but it's literally the blades grip the fabric, so you just get so much more precision and controllability as you're cutting. Fabulous. Also, another thing I really like about these is that the space for your fingers is really generous. On small scissors, this hole seems to get smaller and smaller, and my fingers haven't changed size. Do you know what I mean? Whether I'm using a big pair of scissors or a small one. So often I find small scissors really uncomfortable to use. These are fab. The holes for the fingers are ridiculously big in comparison with the rest of the scissors, but that's ace because it makes them comfortable, and they have a lovely softness to them, almost like a silicone. So they're just terrific. They have a point protector, by the way. Guard that with your life. Keep that because it will keep the points sharp. Just brilliant. Just brilliant. Love those. Lovely message. Good morning, Stuart. Thank you. You're so full of sewing knowledge. I could listen to you all day. Just what we need for a sewing programme. Thank you, Sandy in Cornwall. My 11-year-old granddaughter loves to look at your books when she visits. She's just made her first bag too from sisters. I'm so proud of her, and for you for encouraging her. That's awesome. Please send in a picture. I'd love to see that. Morning, lovelies. This is Beverly in Norfolk. I have your book and it's lovely. Just for colour inspiration, Stuart. It's just lovely. Thank you, Sandy. That's one of the things I want all my books to achieve. Show you different fabric combinations, different colour combinations. No, go for it. Go for it. Morning, Stuart. Can you tell me, if I use anti-pill fleece as a backing, do I need to put wadding in? Thanks, Maureen from Derbyshire. No, you don't, Maureen. No, if you can use anti-pill fleece on the back, or minky, or things like that. Use it on the back, quilt top on the top, and then just quilt it, and it will wad it and back it all in one. What I would say is use 505 quilt basting spray, or one of the other, the June Taylor basting sprays to hold the layers together, because it is a polyester and acrylic with your cotton. They don't sort of naturally stick together in the way that cotton. You know how your clothes always get covered in bits of cotton or bits of wadding fluff because kind of natural fibres attract each other. The polyester doesn't, so you can get more slippage and sliding. So you could pin it 1,000 places, or just use 505 and you'll get a lovely finish. Right, let's do thread magic next. So this is Taylor Seville, and this is a thread conditioner. So what you do here, let me show you. All right, so it comes in a little box like this, and you've got the lid, and I love the fact that the lid is joined on so you can't lose it. And essentially, let me grab a bit of thread, if I may, just any kind of reel of thread. And what you do, this is a thread conditioner. So you might have seen people using things like beeswax, but this is better than wax, okay? It strengthens the thread. So if you have a lot of problems with thread breakages, especially when you're sewing on things like buttons or reach into there. Thank you very much, Michael. Whoop, lovely, thanks. Or if you're sewing on things like the buckles that you can get for bags, you want nice strong thread for those. So what you do is you just get your thread, and then there's lots of different positions. Can you see all these little, almost like castellations around the top? So all you do is just sit it through the two of them, and then just pull your thread through like that, yeah? And what it's doing then is it is coating and it feels different. If you've ever used waxed thread or linen thread, you know the feel I'm talking about. It feels stronger, it feels protected. So hand sewing eliminates tangling, which is the bane of my life, the Bane Marie of my life. You can also use this for machine sewing as well. They do a little one that you can stick on the top of your machine, and you can run the thread through as it's going onto the bobbin. Okay, but you can use this for that as well. Brilliant. They're brilliant. 400% less hand fatigue, 400% less thread drag. That sounds pretty impressive to me. Prevents tangles and fraying, won't freeze or melt, safe for threads and fabrics, eliminates static, strengthens your thread too. We love that. We love that. Lots and lots of positives. Great. Oh yes, it's got a thread cutter. I nearly forgot. Thank you, Charlie. Yeah, Charlie always spots these things. He's eagle-eyed. So once you've conditioned your thread, look, you've got a little thread cutter at the bottom, so you can then just take your thread through and cut it. So again, you could travel with that, couldn't you, if you were flying or, you know, just on the train or whatever, and then you've got your thread cutter, you'd have to take a pair of scissors for your thread. Love it! Love it! I'm just going to mention very quickly the Clover 28mm rotary cutter, because we very, very rarely feature these, but we do lots of templates and lots of curves. And 28mm is perfect, essential actually, when you're cutting around templates, especially curved templates. So things like circle templates, drunkard's path templates, anything like that. 28mm, brilliant. Any standard 28mm blade will work in that cutter, okay? Not just Clover, just fab. It's a really good thing to add into your stash. We were talking yesterday about little refinements that we make to our toolkit as we learn and grow as sewers, or our interests change. And, you know, it is about finding those little products. It's not about having tons of stuff, but it's just having the right few products that can just make your life so much easier. If you have got any curved templates or rulers, grab yourself a 28mm rotary cutter. You won't regret it. Now then, should we do a little bit more thread? Okay. I tell you what's taking my fancy, these two, because these are great value. I've got rainbow and I've got pastel. These again are from Gutermann. We'll do rainbow first. This ends 9/7, yeah. So what you've got in here are 10 reels of thread. So first of all, 10 reels of thread, 100 meters rather, on each reel. So already I'm thinking, well, that's £25 just for the thread, but you're paying £17.99. You've also got a gorgeous tape measure in there. I really like the colours on that. I want to open that. Let me get in there. Ooh, that's lovely. So you've got your gorgeous rainbow. Those are beautiful colours. It's a bit of me, isn't it? And then look at this. Absolutely beautiful. This is very Italiano. Bene, bene. That is gorgeous. Look, yellow on one side. Italiano. Neapolitana. Gorgeous! Love it. I'm desperate to learn to speak Italian. I've tried so many times, and it is one language that I do actually seem to bond with. Probably any Italian speakers are going, no, trust me, Stuart, you don't. You do not. Oh, just love that set. Beautiful, beautiful, and also very giftable. Steph's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, gorgeous shirt, is it new? Brings out the colour of your eyes. Thank you, Steph, that's a lovely thing to say. It is new. I think I've worn it once or twice before. It's from Next again. I should have shares in that company, really. They do some lovely shirts. And did you notice as well, Steph, it matches the Amber Makes Store It tote bag. I'm going to camouflage myself with it later. But thank you, we appreciate that. It's like blue and white china, isn't it? Now I've also got a beautiful pastel set, and this is the Sew All thread set. Yeah, let me show you this. So this has got 8 reels of thread in beautiful pastels. These are real kind of pastel rainbow, springtime, very soft, feminine, beautiful colours. And then you've also got a seam gauge. How useful is that? Now again, you're only paying, if you forget that, and you think, okay, I'm getting 8 reels of thread for £13.99, that is still an amazing price, an amazing bargain, isn't it? Because £13.99, 8 reels of thread, you're paying £1.74. So you're saving about 75 pence per reel of thread, even if you take out the seam gauge. But the seam gauge is super useful for dressmaking in particular. Ever so pretty, it's lovely. Well, I saw Adam Brooks yesterday using a seam guide for turning in his seam allowance and pressing, and it was perfect. I usually guess, but I mean, it's not ideal, is it? Let's be honest. Go on. Gutermann. Oh, yeah. Yes. This is lovely. This is selling very fast, by the way. I'm just going to jump to this. So this is Deco Stitch. This is 70 weight. Okay. And you've got 10 different colours. Can you see those well enough, do you think? You've got some neon brights. Love these. Love those purples as well. Look at that. Gorgeous greens. This is a bit sort of mermaidy, isn't it? Lovely clear blue skies, stormy skies, all the greys there. I mean, just lovely. That would look amazing actually used for triple stitch, top stitching, or feather stitch to add a bit of decorative stitching. You could use that for quilting. That would be beautiful. You could do alphabets, you could do writing with that. Oh yeah, absolutely. Monograms, quilt labels. It's lush, isn't it? Yeah, it's been very, very popular. £22.99. There's loads of things you can do with thread. We always talk about what we can do with fabric, but I think, you know, like Delphine often demonstrates what beautiful things you can do with thread and how much you can add to a project. It really sort of takes everything up a notch or two. Yeah, beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Right, should we just mention Tula, as it is her birthday? We've got the Neons and Neutrals collection, beautifully packaged. Tula is really, really good at creating beautiful things, isn't she? Two lions. Majestic. I feel like I want them facing each other though, rather than facing away. It looks like they've had a bit of a disagreement. Now they're friends again. Yeah, but let me just open this up because you've got 2 lots. Oh, these are stunning, aren't they? And you've got 20 reels of thread in this collection. You've got peaches, pinks, puce purples. You've got also kind of neon bright greens, limes, acid greens there, soft moss greens and deep teal. It's absolutely gorgeous, yeah, and blends so well with a lot of her fabrics. Is it £3.74 a spool? That's fab, isn't it? That's fab. And I'm just going to grab for a second look, if I just put, do you see? Just beautiful. Just goes absolutely beautifully. We've got this coming up actually at 10 o'clock. But absolutely lovely, isn't it? £74.99, and that's for 20 reels, less than £4. And that's Aurifil, remember? That's for Aurifil, which is absolute premium quality, beautiful Italian thread. Italiano, we're back to Italy again. Do you know, I'm going to end up having to go out for maybe, chicken Milanese. I love bene, mwah. Gorgeous. Oh, lovely. Right, got a couple more minutes. Bargain threads, bargain threads. We love bargain threads too. There's room for everything. This is a bumper pack of thread from Hemline, so a good brand. $34.99, that's incredible. You're getting, isn't it, 1,000 metres on every reel? So we've got 20,000 metres here. That was beautiful. They just, Charlie and Ben just sang in my ear, and it was like the voice of angels. Oh my goodness! £1 a reel for 1,000 metres. Are you kidding? That's amazing. The deal fair is back. We said this morning, Ben's just moved house, and we did feel that he'd gone a bit serious since he'd moved house and had stopped doing deals. Normally he's brilliant at just, oh, let's just knock the price down. But he's stopped doing it. But anyway, the deal fair is back. Look at that. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Absolutely lush. Overlocking, basting, construction. I won't lie, I wouldn't use this for quilting, I wouldn't use this for applique, but for piecing, basting, overlocking, absolutely brill. Absolutely brill. It's a great price as well. Really terrific price. That's £1 per reel. £1 per 1,000 metres. That is amazing. That is, no, it's really good. Because the thing is, you know, I do like my Gutermann thread, but my goodness me, I get through such a lot of it. That's fab. Yeah. Practice sewing as well. Use it for your practice drafts, for your toiles, when you're sewing up your toiles. Are you using your really expensive thread to sew your toile? Why? We use the most inexpensive fabric, calico, to make our toile. Perhaps we ought to be using the most inexpensive thread that we can find to sew up our toile. Yeah? Yeah? You've got to look after the pennies, and the pounds will look after themselves, won't they? I mean, you know. Do you know though, Charlie, years ago, I wasn't never a saver, and Charlie bought me a money box, a piggy bank. And I only used to put like pennies and 5p's out of my wallet into it and things like that. And he occasionally would like delve into his pockets and say, oh, put this in it as well. And before I knew it, I'd saved my first, you know, like £50, and I couldn't believe it. And it really turned me into a saver. So there you go. Penny wise, penny wise. Let's do, oh, a message, lovely Beverly, thank you. Are all the threads on show today for machines only, or can they also be used for hand stitching? Beverly, thank you. I always forget these important points. Yeah, absolutely. So things like your Gutermann, like your variegated, you can hand stitch with them. Your Gutermann sew all, your cottons, you can hand stitch with all of those as well. You can single, double, you can use that thread conditioner I showed you earlier on for hand sewing or machine sewing. Absolutely. You know, I get locked into a bit of a, because I machine sew everything pretty much, but hand sewing is fabulous, isn't it? Gorgeous. You get great control, great results, great portability. Yep, use these for hand sewing as well. Absolutely. Do one more, shall we? What should we do? What should we do? Yes, yes, yes. This is, now what do we get in here? 36 reels of black thread. That's amazing. 36 spools of black thread. You're kidding. Should be $35.99. The deal fair is back, everyone. What are we going to pay? Oh, That is naughty. £12.99. Fabulous. Love it. What does that work out for 36 reels of thread? That's about 40 pence a reel. It's not a lot, is it? My goodness me. 36 pence a reel. Amazing, amazing. We're going to go to a break. Steph's gorging on Italian biscuits. Fabulous. That sounds good to me. Stuart, why don't you get some sellotape and stick your earpiece down? I don't. Yes, I agree with you. The problem, I've got very, very narrow eustachian tubes. That's official. An audiologist told me that. So it's very difficult to get it in and keep it in. I'll have a go in the break time. See you after this.
Hi, my name's Helen Rhiannon and I am a bridal wear fashion designer based down in Swansea in South Wales, and I also teach people how to sew, which I have done for the last 15 plus years. And what first got me into sewing was in school. I think I learned to sew in primary school by hand, and then in secondary school I had a really fantastic textiles teacher who was very old school, Mrs. Shepherd, and she taught me everything I knew and taught me really, really well. And it's something I've carried through with everything I've ever done going through to university, and then when I set up my own business, and teaching people as well. So those kind of old school traditional methods. So yes, it was all down to her really sparking that little bit of imagination and creativity, which was lovely. So the sewing tip that I would recommend is something that I just rave about all of the time, which is notches. Notches are used on all patterns, whether it's a bag to a soft toy or dressmaking, but notches are there for a reason. They're on your pattern to help you match everything together. So your pattern is like a big jigsaw. So notches are key to being able to put that back together the right way. And always use the tip of your scissors, so just a little snip of 0.5 mils, and those notches will help you put your whole project together much, much, much easier than if you ignored them.
Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Hey, how you doing? It's great to have your company here on Sewing Street. We've got a fabulous hour now with the amazing, talented Helen Rhiannon. Hey, Helen.
Hello.
It's great to have you back.
Thank you very much.
Got to start by saying massive congratulations on the publication of your first book, Dressmaking, the Easy Guide.
Yeah, it's been very exciting. It's been a whirlwind couple of weeks because it's just been so popular, which is fantastic. So thank you everybody who's bought the book, who's sent lovely messages and who's using the book and enjoying. It's just amazing.
Yeah, we've had incredible feedback about Helen's book, and at launch it went and then completely sold out. We have managed to secure basically the last of the stock. Helen, this is almost unheard of. Your book has had to go for reprint already. And how many weeks has it been out?
I think about 3.
About 3 weeks.
It's crazy.
It's a good sign.
Crazy. It is.
Good. They'll want another.
I hope so.
I know,
trousers. People keep asking, when can I do trousers? Well, this took 4 years, so I need to start working on it now.
Once you've done one, the rest are easy, trust me. But what it means is that the stock that we've got of Helen's book is literally the last of the stock. We've already tried, even before we came to air, we said, well, that won't be enough. Can we get some more? It was just flat, no. Literally, they're all gone. They're all gone. You're trying to get a few back from America, right?
I think so.
But I mean, you know, don't hold your breath. So reprints can take months. So here we go, fingers at the ready. Helen Rhiannon, the Dressmaking, the Easy Guide, mix and match skirts, sleeves and necklines for over 80 variations. Already so many of you have jumped onto the website, into your baskets, checking them out. Well done, well done. This is amazing, isn't it? $19.99, and that's to make over 80 variations of patterns, because this is the thing. Lots of dressmaking books, it's 12 patterns, it's 15 patterns, it's here's a dress, make this dress, here's a skirt, make this skirt. Your book is different, Helen.
Very different, yes.
Tell me how.
The main thing is, when you usually buy a book which has got dressmaking patterns in, you have, say, 5 styles in maybe size 8 to 16, if you're lucky. The difference with this is you go back to basics, because if you make one of those dresses they don't fit, then you're having to have the whole challenge of understanding how you alter a finished garment, which is really difficult. So how I work as a designer is I've gone back to basics. So you create a simple bodice block, which is what's on here. And once you've got that block to fit you and your body, then you can start changing your neckline, adding sleeves, adding different skirts. So once you've got your block to fit you, you can then start making, I mean, it says over 80 variations. That's just my suggested variations in the book.
Wow.
So once you get the hang of how it works, you literally can just keep churning, and then use those other books then, if you like a style in something else, to then work with your actual fitted bodice block. So you've got something to work with from the beginning.
For me, this absolutely epitomises that saying. Have you heard it? Teach a person to fish. You give a person a fish and they'll eat for a day. Teach a person to fish and you feed them for the rest of their lives. And what you've done here is you're giving us the tools to dressmake, to create patterns for ourselves that actually fit and flatter.
8 to 44. UK sizes 8 to 44.
Size 8 to size 44. I've never ever seen a dress pattern that has that range of sizes.
No. It's because it's simple. So because it's just a simple bodice and skirt pattern and a sleeve inside, there was room to keep grading and to keep going.
Yeah.
And that was the biggest thing when I was asking Sewing Quarter fans before it became Sewing Street, what do you want from a book? And the biggest thing was sizing. Right. Massive. I'm tall, so I'm quite curvy, and I'm, at the moment pretty much a size 18, 20. So I'm already off the charts with just me, myself on so many patterns. So you look at them, well, I can't make that, it won't fit me. Right. And so, of course, if you're any bigger than that, you're really limited.
Absolutely.
And then that's why you want to make clothes, because you can't find them in the shops. They're usually very baggy. Yep. And so this gives you the chance to actually fit your body, right, and make sure it's your size and your shape. Because
no one's a 16, no one's a 20. Are they standard? It's different sizes, different parts of your body. Yeah. And this book really gives you the tools and the knowledge, like Helen said, it's right back to basics. It's understanding the fundamentals of how a pattern works, how you take flat fabric and create a three-dimensional dress. We've got a message for you already. I bought this book on launch. This is Terry in Wiltshire. Thank you so much. It's so informative and easy to read. I will be using it loads, and the patterns are a bonus too. It's incredible value. So much great feedback. And I love as well how this really is like a simple, accessible dressmaking course.
It's also simple where we even went to the point where all the samples didn't have overlock finishes. I've zigzagged the edges. I've talked about an overlocker in the book, but if you're a beginner to dressmaking, you might not have an overlocker, and I didn't want to put people off by saying you need to buy everything. But it's a lovely tool to have, obviously, once you understand. But if you are beginning, you can zigzag your edges. And it's that kind of basic language and basic tools, basic equipment that will get anybody started, whether you're a beginner. But equally, if you're a really advanced sewer, then there's so much in there for you. Well, you've got a whole range of patterns. And as a designer myself, it's helped me now, because even when I was doing the bridal wear before, if I had someone who, well, as you say, no one's in a perfect size, but I'd be using pattern blocks to adapt. But this has made my life easier as a designer, just to have a larger range.
Yeah, you're giving us the building blocks from the get-go, and you could be doing that from absolute beginner dressmaker. You don't, even if you've never dressmade before, you don't ever have to go to commercial patterns to get patterns that fit and flatter your body, do you? Yeah. You could use your patterns, your basic blocks from the start. Yeah. And I need to tell you that over half the stock's already gone. What are we, 5 minutes into the show? Over half the stock has gone. 5 minutes and 18 seconds, thanks for that precision, Ben. And over half the stock has gone. This is the last of our stock. We will, of course, get Helen's book back in stock, but I predict that might be September or October, or maybe even just before, who knows?
I don't know yet.
Reprints can take ages. I think my last reprint took 4 months to arrive. Good morning, Stuart and Helen. Could I ask, please, could a beginner sewist use this book?
Absolutely, 100%. It is designed for you as a beginner, because nothing is, what's the way to put it, nothing's assumed. So I find it frustrating when I've run workshops and I've taught people how to sew for such a long time, and people bring patterns and understanding the terminology. Yeah. I'm having to read patterns, then translate to a beginner.
There's a lot of jargon.
And it is. So this hopefully is taking that out. So
you've got rid of the jargon.
It is nicely worded, as if hopefully I'm talking to you. There's lots and lots of photos. So Search Press are the most fantastic publishers. They are brilliant. And that was one of the things I said, I need to have lots of photos, clear photos. And the photographer and my lovely editor Beth didn't sew, but they made sure that they understood what the photo meant whilst it was being taken.
So you taught them to sew?
Pretty much.
I love absolutely. It. Lisa's got in touch to say thank you so much for writing such a wonderful book.
Oh, thank
Gorgeous. You. Patricia's got in touch to say, could you tell me please, will this book work if you're pear-shaped, flat-chested, 4'11", size 18, so no chest but tummy, so hiding a belly? Can we do all of these things?
Absolutely.
So what everybody needs.
Absolutely.
Because we're all in the same boat, really.
No one's the same size. Again, years of making dresses, nobody is the same size, and nobody's even symmetrical. Bear that in mind as well. That even just nobody's, a normal average size.
Doesn't exist.
No. So in the book, the way it works, there's a bespoke size chart that goes from a 0 to 19. So you don't assume you are a size 12 like you're a normal size 12. So you are having to look at the sizes. Now I've got a Facebook page I've set up where you can ask these questions. And
what's it called?
So it is called Dressmaking the Easy Guide.
Awesome.
So find the private group, and there people are saying, I'm these sizes, can you help? And I will. I'll go through and say, I would recommend doing this size. So even if you can be across 3 sizes sometimes, My advice would be to make sure that you get the block that fits your bust, so you're not having to change the bust part of it, because that's the complicated bit, which is moving darts and things. So if you can get your bust to fit you, then the waist and the hips, how to change those is adding into the side seams.
Yeah.
So if you get the bust to fit you, and then maybe you're 1 or 2 sizes bigger, then the book will show you how to just open out the side seams and make them accommodate the size you are. But please feel free to join the group if you get it and message me, because I'm going to do some videos and you know, some lives as well, some demonstrations.
This is real dressmaking for real bodies.
Absolutely.
Isn't
So
it?
if you buy it and you're stuck, don't worry, because it is literally me on the end of the
Everybody needs to join the Facebook group.
Yeah.
Dressmaking the Easy Guide.
But remember, it's just me.
Pardon me?
It is just me. I will
It is just you.
eventually.
She'll get there. She'll get there. I also bought this book on launch, says Elizabeth, and it is fabulous. It takes everything back to basics. So now I understand the process. Thank you so much.
Excellent.
Just lovely. Another one. This book is amazing. It's something I've been looking for since I started making my own clothes years ago. Thank you, Helen.
Love it.
2 more. That was from Tracy. James has got in touch from the Isle of Anglesey. Just ordered the book. Thank you. I'm a beginner and looking forward to getting started. Oh, it's from Sandy in Anglesey. Fabulous.
Amazing.
Fabulous.
It's just amazing to get so much good feedback.
And another one.
Another one.
Good morning. Love this book. I'm not a beginner, but it's really well written and great value. Question: does the book tell you how much fabric you will need?
Well, no, because
So many variables.
every reader is going to be different with you. So it does talk through a lay plan, which is laying your fabrics out. So you do need to think about whether your fabric is 45 inches wide or 60 inches wide. But it's a case of getting your pattern pieces and laying them out like a jigsaw. So so it does cover the basics and when you're cutting your sample, but obviously everyone's pattern is bespoke to them. But again, if you needed help, then I'm, you know.
I suppose the thing is that the point of the book is that the combinations are almost infinite. So every single person using this book will be making different outfits. So you could never, in different sizes, I mean, 8 to 40?
44.
44. So you could, but you'll have the pattern pieces, you can lay them out on the floor, maybe on a big piece of pattern paper, and then you can work out how much, create your own layout plans. Now, lots of you are asking for a little flick through, so here we go. So much demystification in one place. I think if you've only got one sewing book for dressmaking, it needs to be this. Your know-how, it's so clear, photographs. What to do if you go off track. I love that. I remember I had a cookery book when I was a child, and every chapter had a what went wrong and why. And it was the most useful thing I've ever found in a cookery book.
Puts you off otherwise, doesn't it? If things go wrong, you get really frustrated.
It was just
and the
me.
last thing I want you to do is close that book and never open it again.
If you don't know what you did wrong, you don't know what you can do to make it better. And you've shown that in every page. I love this as well. Fabrics demystified, and not just talking about this is stretchy, this is you know, but you've also taken into account things like the cost, things like the comfort, things like the washability.
It's almost like, I think what I learned doing a degree in fashion design and clothing, it's almost going back to that, but taking out all the stuff you don't need to know, because there's a lot of information when you look at, you know, I've looked at lots of dressmaking books, and sometimes I think there's just too much and you don't need to know everything. But it doesn't, I don't recommend stretchy fabrics for this if you're a beginner.
Right.
Because you are making something to fit you and to tailor you. But if you are experienced, you could use the heavier stretch fabrics, because you can still accommodate a dart. If you are really experienced, you can then take that dart out. So that's, you know, that's where you need to decide where you're at. But I do recommend cottons, you know, like denim, even like the polyester satins, but not too thin, not too slippery. You know, go with doing it well first, and then experiment.
Yeah, be successful first with something simple. I've got to tell you, we've got less than 40 books left. We started off with the biggest stock that we could buy, and it was hundreds, but we've got less than 40 left. We've got over 50 in baskets. So this is going to set. We've still got 45 minutes to go, which means we've got loads of time for demo, which is a good thing. And look, hello, Hello, the author herself. This is a thrill, right?
No, it is exciting.
It's tiring on your wrist, but it's a thrill.
It is, yeah. I've signed a lot of books recently.
Are you super proud of yourself, though, when you look at that book?
I think the strange thing is it's taken 4 years, and it's been obviously a very odd
Labour
4
of
years
love.
because you know I was pregnant when I went to see the chief editor and said, look, this is my idea, and then had a baby, went into COVID,
Yeah.
you know, lockdown, and then just everything that's come with it.
Now you're
Cost of
dragging a
living
teenager to book
crisis.
signings.
Oh, I know. Morgan, sign this. But it's been a labour of love, but it's so nice now to see that it's working. And I've seen people making toiles, and what I'd love to see is the first dress.
Yes.
And someone to say, I've gone through the whole process. So if you are that person, let me know. I can't wait.
Now you mentioned toiles, and
Yes.
for a toile you need calico. This is possibly our most popular fabric that we sell here on Sewing Street. Everybody loves a bit of calico. It's $2.99 for half a metre. This is extra wide. We sold 1,000 metres in one day last week,
You
Helen.
just need lots of it though.
You do. How much do you think people should have in their stash,
So
realistically?
If you're making the very first toile, because it's just a bodice and skirt, you probably need maybe 2.5 metres,
Yep.
depending on if it's quite wide.
Yeah,
Because
60
calico's
wide.
usually really wide. So
60 wide.
usually that's for your just initial sample in your toile. But then when you say, well, I'm going to draft a sleeve, try it out. Try one sleeve out in calico first. You can always try the skirt out. So it's good to have a good couple of metres there spare, so then you can play around with it, because you don't want to cut out your final dress and your best fabric until you know it's going to work. And even when I was doing the samples for the book, every sample was made in calico, and I went through, I think, 2 sets of toiles to get it right. But in the book, I do tell you the measurements that I've done to get the finished sample, so you've got an idea,
Perfect.
a context of
Yes.
what I've done. So lots and lots of calico.
Well, doing the maths,
Brilliant.
it sounds like if we need 2.5 metres for the basic block to start with, and then a couple of metres to play around with sleeves and things like that, probably 9 units, which would be 4.5 metres, or 10 units, 5 metres would be a good start. It's $2.99 for a half metre, so it's definitely not going to break the bank. Ours is pre-washed. It is 60 inches wide, so there's not going to be any shrinkage if you come to wash these. I actually did some work quite a few years ago with a fabulous dressmaker in London who did bespoke dressmaking, a lot of high-end stuff, and she had a gallery just full of mannequins dressed in calico. So they were just all the blocks, so there were different jackets, different sleeves, different collars, exactly what you can do with Helen's book, and you can see what you're making,
And
can't
you can draw
in
on
calico.
it as well. That's the beauty. You can draw on it, and it's easy to manipulate, and it reflects the fabric that I suggest in the book. So something that will sculpt to you, because that's what you are learning how to do, is to fit your body. So
Yeah.
calico is your perfect fabric.
Perfect. Thank you, Helen. Perfect, perfect. Right. One other thing that we've got back in stock that I just want to mention, we had to fight for this, it's pattern paper. This is going to be essential as well. Yes,
I
please.
think I've stolen that from you.
That's all right. That's all right. We don't mind, Helen. This is one of my favourite products. I do more quilting, and I use this for practicing quilting patterns on. For dressmakers, absolutely essential for creating those paper pattern pieces. This is incredible value. You're getting a 10-metre roll. It's a metre wide as well. So you're getting 10 whole metres. This is brilliant. It's taken such a lot of hard work to get this back in stock. It's taken over a month to get in stock, and when we had it back in stock last time, it sold out in one show. So absolutely essential. The price is phenomenal as well, isn't it? It's $8.99, 89 pence a metre. Every single person that's bought your book needs a roll of this, right?
Absolutely.
This gives you the opportunity to draft out your patterns, try different ideas. For quilters, it's great because it's drawing paper, big size, practice your quilting, practice your motor skills on it. It is an absolute stash essential. It's behind the scenes, it's overlooked, it's the kind of thing, if you saw her in a shower, you'd be like, who's that? What do I need that for? But just essential. So I would grab yourself at least one roll of this, and then you can start drafting. Right, let's go for it.
Okay.
What can you show us?
Can I grab the paper
You
back,
certainly
please?
can.
Thank you
There
very
go.
much. Okay, so what I'm going to talk you through today is how to create a neckline and how to draft a facing. So when you have your patterns in the book, you start with this here, which is your block. And a block is just a basic bodice front or back block. And what you have on that block, you have a shoulder dart, which goes down to your bust, and then you've got a waist dart as well. So once you've picked your size, or the nearest size to yourself, then this is what you actually trace off. So I've just traced off the one which will fit the samples, which is the size 5. And just make a note of anything where you've got notches, where you've got your darts. You need to just trace everything off in detail. Now I did do this in, I think on the 16th of June when I was in, so I did a little bit of tracing off the pattern then and talking about sizing and things like that. So what I've done is I've traced off the very basic block, which has got just your outline. You've marked on your centre front, you've marked your darts, and you've marked your notches. And what you need to do then is to cut this out and make a calico mock-up. So make your toile here. So this is what everybody will start with. So no sleeves, because as well, the way I've done it in the book, there was a lot of thought going into this. With the sleeve, if you were to use the size that you originally started with here, well, as soon as you start tweaking a sample, you might take the shoulders up, you might take the side seams in, and then you've altered that armhole. So that sleeve wouldn't work once you've altered this. So once you've done all your fittings to your bodice and your skirt, then you would re-measure that armhole later on in the book, and it will tell you then which size sleeve you need to trace off to start to work with.
Got you, because
So
that can vary.
As soon as you start altering,
Yes,
then your pattern's no good.
got you.
And also you wouldn't make a dress like this with a straight cotton sleeve, not a straight fitted sleeve. So I wouldn't even use a pattern straight away on it because you wouldn't have the movement.
Right.
So what you do is in the book, the sleeves that I've got demonstrated add flare, they add, there's 4 different styles in there. So that's when that sleeve comes into its own. You've got gathering on the top of the sleeve itself. So just this is what you start with first of all.
Is that one a flutter sleeve?
Like a butterfly.
Beautiful.
I love the butterfly sleeve.
I'm a bit obsessed with those at the moment.
I love them because I like something there, but not a full sleeve. So these are my favourites.
Gorgeous.
So what we'll do, once you've got this on you, you'll find that this might be quite, high up to your neck there, which is fine because it's your sample. So whether you put it on a mannequin that is near to your size, or you've got it on yourself and you can just look in the mirror and try and draw on as best you can. But what we're going to do is just look at where we're going to draw a round neckline. So I'm just going to keep simple and do round for now. You can also have a look at your wardrobe and start to see maybe your favourite neckline and see where that comes. Love that. Yeah,
Love that. It's International Kissing Day today.
Is it?
So it's all about romance. And your clothes are very romantic as well.
I just love a dress though as well.
Beautiful. Now we did have a question to say from Sandra. Stuart, can you ask Helen, is the book all dresses?
It's dresses, but you can also separate it into tops and skirts.
Tops and skirts. So top skirts, dresses.
Yeah, so all the skirts where you've got a circle skirt, a pleated skirt, a straight skirt, a gathered skirt like this, then you could just add a waistband to that or a facing. And with the tops, what I've done is to keep it really simple. There's a very simple drafter top from your fitted bodice.
Oh, fantastic.
Which is a flare, so it's a loose fitting one unless you want to do it and put a zip in it. So then you could do all the same things you've done with necklines, sleeves, and you've got a top, blouse, just extend it.
Incredibly versatile.
But not trousers. That's a whole separate book.
Yeah, totally different skills.
A lot of people are asking me, are there trousers? But that is a whole different issue in itself.
Yeah.
With fit,
We'll get our heads around this first, then we'll do trousers. There are 7 books left. Well done if you managed to get yours. 54 of you have those 7 books in your shopping basket. Can you imagine if that was in a bookshop, there'd be carnage? There'd be fights, Helen. It'd be great.
No.
Do check out your baskets on those last 7. We really seriously don't know when we'll be able to get Helen's book back in stock, because now we're relying on a reprint. So well done if you got yours. We know you're in for a treat. We know you're going to love it. We've had so much incredible feedback,
Brilliant.
Helen. You
It's
must be
lovely.
super proud though, because you've worked so hard and it's
Yeah.
such a labour of love and it's something you're so passionate about.
Just amazing to see it working.
Yeah.
That's the best thing. And just people are just thrilled the fact that they can understand it.
Because not everyone can get to a class or a workshop with you.
No,
And there's
but
only
they-
so much you can
they
learn in
just
one day.
are snapping up. My workshops are just selling out, which is amazing. So
Well-
I've got new ones for the dressmaking book, so I'm absolutely thrilled.
Don't
that
you think,
people are-
Helen, the sewing bee inspires and all,
Oh,
but it
I
really
know.
doesn't teach you how to dressmake.
It doesn't. And
We
also,
do need a
no,
proper teacher.
You do, I know. Maybe just a whole TV show on it, we'll see. Right.
A message for you. Hello, just bought this book. Can you please tell me when the launch day was so I can look at that show? It was the 16th of June. Have a look on YouTube.
Yes.
Okay.
So what I've done is I've just drawn a neckline in. Things you need to bear in mind on the back of a neck, especially if you've got a zip in the back, you need to have that 90 degrees. So you don't want a round neckline coming down to a strange point. You
Right.
either do it a nice round to 90 degrees or you do an exaggerated V.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
Yeah, so you can do whatever you want, front and back, it's up to you. And you just want that line to continue in a nice smooth line. So that's going up and around. And you can, as I said, have a look at your own clothes at home, see how low the neckline is, and then you can try that. So you will sample probably after this as well, which is why you need more calico to be able to make up your bodice again and to see what it looks like.
Do you know where you're drawing the neckline? At the moment, is this sort of like drafting line, or do you have to like be able to really draw well?
No, you can just, the friction pens are great because you can rub it off,
Right.
iron it off, which is good. So this is just going right, but I'll try this neckline, put it back on you, unless you've got it on you already. And you're just trying to get something symmetrical, but you will just work on the half. So don't worry if it doesn't look exactly right.
Okay.
But when you've got your measurements there, what you can then do is go back to your pattern. So we'll start with the front, and you can take this off the mannequin, but I'll leave it on for now. But you can measure then down the front, and that's about 4 centimetres. So then we'll go onto your pattern and we'll measure 4 centimetres down on the centre front. And we're just going to try and put that line onto here. So we'll measure the shoulder, which is about 3.5. Ideally, you don't really want to interfere with the shoulder dart at this stage. You don't
Right.
really want it to be coming in here. There is an option in the book to show you how to move that dart into here. But the reason why I put it there is because there's only so many processes I could cover in this book. So I've
Yes.
kept it simple.
And also, this is a lot of new skills to learn.
There's a lot, so learn the
Don't
basics.
overcomplicate it
No.
to start with.
But if you do want to move that, there's a full bust alteration. Not that you should need to do it if you're making it to fit your bust in the first place, but then you can actually swivel your dart out of the way, which is quite a nice
And
technique.
am I right, Helen, that most commercial patterns are designed around a B cup?
I don't know, probably. I mean, all different brands.
So it doesn't sound very
I've said this
realistic.
before, even if you've got a Marks and Spencer size 10
Yeah.
and a Topshop size 10, they are totally different.
Yeah.
And you've got a different fit model in each house,
Yeah.
every fashion house. So that's why your clothes don't fit the same in each shop. And it's frustrating. And also then, you think, well, I don't want to buy that size, it's too big.
Right.
And the bust size, there was a good question about this from a lady yesterday on the group saying, well, what if you are older, your bust is sitting a bit lower, because it does happen as you get older, and just your body changes, especially childbirth. I can tell you it absolutely changes. So if you do want to start playing with where the dart sits, on this paper pattern, if your bust point is in the middle of those 2 points there, so if you can see that on the paper, the dart should finish 2 centimetres away from your actual bust point. So if your bust is sitting lower, then where that bust point is there, you could actually just lower it down and just redraw the darts to meet it. Just shift those 2 lines down and redraw them.
You see,
because
it's
you're
knowing
working
where
flat.
that point's supposed to finish. You've just told us 2 centimetres.
Just literally move that centre point
you
that's
don't know
there.
that. Yeah.
Just move it.
So
Just
simple,
when
isn't
you know
it?
how it's super easy. I didn't put that in the book. but I will do a video on that
Top
at some
tips
point.
from us too.
Good, useful. So you are literally just moving that point a little bit further down.
Makes perfect sense.
Whatever you do. So when you've got this
never
part,
up.
no.
Not for me, not
Oh
now.
no, they just keep going down, down, down.
Everything's
down.
going further and further south. As the
I'm
book
just
sold
going to
out,
draw
Ben,
this in.
Book's sold out. Well done if you got yours.
Wow.
Derek's got in touch to say, loving the sound of the book. Will there be an equivalent for men's sewing?
I know, I need to, yeah. I have got a man coming to do one of the dressmaking courses because
Cool.
it's the same process. So what
Yeah.
I'm going to do is get him a set of male blocks to work from on the course. But it is making me think, well, it's the same theory, it's the same rules that you use of pattern cutting, but obviously different patterns
Shape.
to work from. So watch this space. We'll see.
Great.
Okay, so what I'm going to just do is just roughly draw in this neckline. So what you could do, if you're not good at freehand drawing, you could take this off the stand and literally trace that onto your patterns, place it underneath and draw it. So we'll do the same over here. Now bearing in mind we've done 3.5. There's lots of little tips in the book to just make sure that you are keeping everything the same measurements in the places where you need them to be. So for example, your shoulder needs to be exactly the same measurement on the front. So I'm going to show you that on the pattern. Measure the back. So we'll come down and I'll just roughly draw this in here. So this is what's called your design line. And once you've got that in, that is the line you want to be your finished neckline on there. So obviously you would need to add seam allowance later on then. So once you've got your neckline in, you can add seam allowance around the whole of the block if you're ready to cut it out, which we can do.
And I suppose again, there you can choose your seam allowance.
1 or 1.5 I would suggest for dressmaking, and you can put whichever one you want on. 1.5 gives you more room to play with, which is quite good.
Would you recommend that for beginners? Go 1.5?
1.5, yeah, probably just have that little bit extra if you're not sure if you've done the measurements right and things like that. But yeah, it gives you a bit of room to breathe.
Great, yes, we like that.
Okay, so this is like a curve. So what I usually use is like a pattern master, which has got the metric on. So this is a little bit of both, because this is more kind of quilting. Well, it is the dressmaking as well. So just be mindful that you're checking that you are measuring whichever seam allowance you've chosen, that you stick to that line then on all of your pattern. So on here, because I'm not used to this one, so I'm just going to double check what that one is. So that's 1.5, so I'm going to use this to go around.
That ruler's on screen, by the way, $9.99. So useful to have, especially when you're drafting things like your necklines, your sleeve, do you call them a sleeve hole, arm opening?
Armhole,
yeah. So you've got a nice smooth curve. Derek's got back in touch to say, I'm watching this space. Can I pre-order today? No, naughty Derek, no. But, I think it's a great idea. And, even if it was just, like a smaller, like softback book, say like on being able to draft your own shirt patterns.
Yeah.
Because you see, I think, speaking as a man and as a male dressmaker, we only want to make, there's only a few things that most men ever want to make.
Yeah.
And the number one is shirts.
Yeah.
And if we could only, like sometimes I find that holy grail of a shirt that just fits me beautifully, and I'm like, I just want to reproduce this.
Of course.
So one book that just showed you how to, Derek, would you be on board for that? I got a feeling you would.
There's a trouser book coming, there's a, I've been asked children's books.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Busy.
Agreed. Christine's all excited. She's got the book. She's got 3.5 meters of calico, and she is ready to get started. That is absolutely wonderful. Have you got your calico, by the way? It's been out of stock for such a long time. It's back in stock right now, but it's flying out. We reckon about 4.5 to 5 meters would get you enough of a stash to make your basic block and then be able to play around with different sleeves. Now, stock-wise, we've got 300 units left, so that's 150 meters. Now, that is only about 40 or 50 customers. We've already sold more than that in this show. We're 33 minutes in, so we could easily sell out of calico as well. So grab yours. Fiona says, it's a good question, Derek. Men often get missed out. Husbands often moan that there is nothing for men, as things always seem to be geared around women.
Yeah.
That's just started a whole debate, hasn't it?
No, it is true.
Well, in fairness, most dressmakers are women and they're making clothes for themselves, so I get that.
The fashion industry is very male dominated.
Yeah.
You think a lot of the top designers are men designing for women.
Yes.
Which is, and then you get the
Odd.
few of the men through that come through and do the menswear.
Yeah.
But yeah, or just a small season, but yeah.
I mean, we all know how we want to feel and look in our own clothes, don't we?
Yes.
Whether it's, you know, fashionable, sassy, comfortable, practical, free, whatever you mean. We all know what we want, but it always is someone else telling us, this is in, that shape's the latest, this length's but not when you make your own clothes, and particularly not when you're building your own blocks with Helen's book.
No. And if you do like trends, then, I mean, already, you know, my brain's thinking what else I could do. And, you know, this is simple, but there's so many extra things you could do, different types of sleeves. And I mean, even if you start looking at your favourite top, I mean, I look at people in the high street and think, oh, that's a really nice sleeve and maybe I could try it. So, you know, there's lots of ways of being able to do follow-ups for this. It's just how much time I've got, so bear with me.
But also as well, you're an encourager, Helen, I can tell.
Oh, that's nice to know.
And,
I hope so.
you know, what you're doing is once you've got the skills to make, like, let me just show you. This sleeve here, I'm just thinking, because I spent some time in the Philippines years ago, and in the Philippines, you remember Imelda Marcos and the butterfly sleeves, where they're up here. So the sleeve head is here. Once you understand how that goes in, and you've got your calico, and you're in an experimenting mood, who knows what you'll come up with?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's the beauty of it. Once you understand the basics, you can really run with this.
Yeah.
Because creating, say, the flared sleeve that you were just by then, I've said in the book, well, I've added this much in and I've flared the pattern out to give you fullness. Well, you can go 10 times that amount and have a really flared sleeve. Then you can gather it in with a small cuff or bit of elastic in. So you could go so far with this.
Beautiful,
really can.
beautiful. Lisa's asked, morning Helen and Stuart, can you use the book to make a wrap top or a wrap dress?
I would start with making something that fits you well first. And then once you've got that dress that fits you, then you could start working on half of the dress. And then, so you've got, you know, your pattern pieces are all in half. So then you could look at extending that pattern piece there, which then would, on both sides, would wrap over. So yes, you can. It just takes a little bit of thought to do, but say start simple if you haven't done it before. So don't do that first.
No.
Get your head around the book and how it all works, and then you can start to do it. But the good thing would be then, if you've got existing patterns from other brands, then you can start to look at those patterns and start to identify, oh, I see, that's how a wrap is, that's the bodice, that's a skirt, and that's extended out. So then, you know, have your eyes open to what you're working on, and hopefully you can then start to translate it a little bit into actually from paper pattern into a garment.
For sure, for sure. So what are you doing there now?
So all I've done is, just for the sample sake now, I've just drawn on the neckline onto the pattern. So I'm going to show you now. I'm not adding seam allowance on the sleeve for now, just because we're just focusing on the neckline. I've added 1.5 on, just so that you've got plenty on there. And I'll just cut that bottom bit off as well. So we don't need to worry about the bottom dart for this for a minute. Off. So what you've now got is you've got your front bodice here. You've got your actual design line there, which is the dotted line. You see that here. And then this is the seam allowance. So what I've written in is 1.5 centimetre seam allowance. You know what you've done. So we can then chop off the excess, and then you're left with your design line, and then you're left with your actual seam allowance. But what you need to bear in mind is you need to make sure these shoulders match up. So we're going to close this dart, because at the moment they don't match.
They definitely don't
there.
match.
So, and someone commented there's quite a big shoulder dart, which there is a big shoulder dart, but if I had put a bigger waist dart, the waist dart wouldn't have matched the waist dart in the skirt. So the reason why I've gone bigger is because it allows the waist dart on the bodice and the waist dart on the skirt to be exactly the same. So if you want to marry those together and lose that seam around the waistline, you've then got yourself a perfect dart, which is explained in the book as well.
Cool.
So it is a big dart, but there's a reason for it.
Yes.
So, yes.
It's understanding the principles,
Yeah.
isn't it?
So we'll do it the other way so you can see.
Calico's about to sell out. We've literally got 30 metres left. Didn't we have 300 metres left a few minutes ago? How many in baskets? Oh, 183 customers. But if you've all got 2.5, 3.5 metres, yeah. I'm okay at maths, Helen, but I know that won't work out.
I know.
Such a busy morning.
So-
Such a busy morning. I can't wait to see what you all come up with.
Oh, I know.
Those first blocks, those first...
Join the group, share
yeah.
the photos with me, because at least then I haven't got messages coming from all over and they're all in one place, and then I'll share them on Sewing Street as well.
And wonderful as well for you to be able to have like a gallery
Yeah.
of makes on the Facebook page
Yeah.
that other people can be inspired by.
And people are helping each other, which is lovely, which
Yeah.
is really nice. So those more experienced saying, well, I think this is what I would do, and then I'll kind of jump in if I've seen the post, so it's great.
We have to get more in very soon.
So what I've just done here, I've closed the dart on the shoulder.
Yep.
Now I've closed it, again it says in the book, make sure your darts all go to the side seam, because if I did the dart the other way, it wouldn't look very good. You actually have all of this in the way here, okay? So the dart actually folds towards the armhole. So I'm just going to put a little pin in there just to keep that shut. You can use masking tape, but we're just doing this for the sake of the neckline. And then you just want to check that these fit. This is massively important, and this is where a lot of people fail, is because you don't check that your patterns work. So it's not just checking your seam allowance, it's checking the actual design line. So you can even fold away the seam allowance and place that on, and does that match? And even, you know, there's a little bit extra. I'd probably just take that away just so that it matches perfectly. So it's these little details I talk about in the book, and it's what I would do if I was making a pattern that was somebody else's pattern. And if something didn't work in the fabric and something was too long, I would always, before I start chopping off, always go back to the pattern, check the pattern works, and then if the pattern fits, your fabric has got a life of its own. So your fabric will work back in. So this is what we're doing, is checking all of these elements. So you check like your side seams match, you would check your shoulders, you would check that your waistline matches, all in the book. Okay, so once you've got that is your neckline, but you would need to add a facing. So I'm going to show you what a facing is.
Bex has got in touch to say, morning everyone. Big congratulations on the book, Helen.
Oh, thank you.
I'm always in trousers and a top. I don't actually own a dress, so a shirt or a trouser book would be fab. Excited to see what's to come. Sandra's sad face, missed the book. We're doing everything we can, I promise you. Lisa says, thank you for answering the question about the wrap dress. I'm a confident sewer already, but my wrap dresses never fit me very well because of my larger bust. I suppose if you go back to the basics with your book, you'll understand what it is about those patterns that aren't fitting you.
So get that bust right, and then get those patterns that you've already got for a wrap dress, and then start putting the two together.
I've heard that before from other designers. It's all about the bust fit.
The bust is massive, because if your bust doesn't fit, it's not everyone. I always wanted, I always wanted massive bust, and then I had a child. I was like, I take it all back, take it all back. But the bust is the most important bit, because if you're making something to fit your waist and your hips, then your bust, you've got darts to contend with, and that's just making it more complicated. If you want to try and if you're trying to take it out, it's really difficult to take out of a bust because then you have to start altering a dart. No one wants to do that at this stage, no. So if you get the bust to fit you in the actual bust, sitting around the largest point, not underneath, not like a bra measurement, just across the bust, then you know that this will fit you. Fullest part. It will fit you around there. And then if you need to take it in the book, there's ways of taking in fullness down the centre if you need. You can take fullness out all the way down the centre. You can take fullness out of here and out of here. So then you're sculpting it around your bust. And there's also an alteration in the book that a lady used the other day, which was brilliant because it worked. She said she's always struggled with having that gape on the armhole.
Oh, and you see that with commercial patterns as well as...
And obviously then you think the only option is to put a dart in, which isn't very nice.
No.
And there's a method then that you can actually move the fullness into the dart. This is pattern cutting. So if you're new to it, don't worry. But the lady went through it in the book and it worked, and she's absolutely chuffed because it's always been her problem.
So beginners get a lot from your book, but also advanced sewers are going to get huge amounts.
Yeah, so once you've got that measurement around their fitting, everything else is sculpting around to fit that bust. So it's a little bit of a different way round, rather than having a pattern, then doing a full bust alteration, which is just hard work anyway.
I have some bad news, I have some good news. The bad news is we absolutely cannot get any more of Helen's books today. The good news is we've had August wafted in front of our face.
Okay. So I'll have to come back.
You
in
absolutely will have to come back.
I was going to wait to see, so I haven't got a date booked yet. I was going to see when we can get the book in.
Ben's already saying August, September, Helen.
There we go. I'll have a chat afterwards.
We'll do it, don't worry, don't worry.
Right, so if I show you from here, this is a sample that was used in the book anyway. Again, everything was in calico in the book, so it's simple with bright red stitching so you could see the difference. So when you've got your neckline, obviously when it's a curved neckline, to actually neaten that, you don't want to you can't fold it back and stitch it.
No.
You could bind it, but that's again another advanced thing to do. The best way to finish a neckline and armholes is to put a facing on. Now what a facing is, it is an exact mirror image of the bodice, but just 5 or 6 centimetres deep. And what you do is you sew that onto the neckline, and it allows you to do those all important snips, which hopefully you can see there. So that allows everything to sit really beautifully, and then you do your understitching, which is explained in the book as well. And this allows you to do your neck facing, armhole facing. So if you don't want a sleeve, you can just adapt this to fit you, put your armhole in. One little thing that I think is mentioned in the book again, if you have a little bit of gaping, like we were just talking about, that's okay if you put a sleeve in, because sometimes it's nice to have that bit of movement. But if you're going sleeveless, that's when you want to take that out.
You don't want that
gape in there.
You know, one of the questions I get asked ever such a lot when we have commercial dressmaking patterns on the show is, can I do that sleeveless? And I'm already thinking, well, look, if you've got Helen's book and you understand how to do those armholes, how to create a facing, that opens up the possibility to alter any commercial pattern you've got.
You then can create your facing.
You understand the principle.
But facing, it gives you the super neat finish.
Love it.
Now, hopefully I can just show you, if we've got time. I'm just going to draw in this actual facing piece here. So you've got your seam allowance, you've got your design line. So what I'm going to do is create a facing which is, how wide have I done this? About 4 centimetres. So what you do then is, from your design line, you decide how wide your facing is going to be, and you just draw that 4 centimetre line from the edge of that design line. So you're just mirroring, but the important thing is on the front bodice that your dart is closed, because you don't want to put a dart into facing. So what happens is you create this facing piece.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Right, so I'm actually going to keep that dart closed, because if you think by the time you get to the facings, you will have sewn your front dart. So therefore your facing will then just sit over the top. So by closing that dart, it means you can actually just trace off this facing beautifully, because it's nice and straight. If you were to if it was down here, but this is when we don't want to do anything on the bust.
Right.
Where it's all creating this 3D shape, you don't really want to be doing anything down there. You just want to keep it where you can put your paper flat. If that makes sense.
Yes, it does.
So that now is the edge of the line for your facing piece. So we'll actually trace a pattern off for that. And we'll do exactly the same then on here. So we can use this to match up your facing. And we'll just trace around the same thing here. So I'll just do it. Bear in mind, this is a little bit quicker than I would do.
Sure.
Obviously in the studio.
We understand the principle.
Just
It was
getting the
the very,
idea.
very first alteration challenge on the Great British Sewing Bee Series 1
Yeah.
was we had ready-made blouses and we had to alter the neckline.
Oh,
And so some of
that's
the...
harsh.
Do you think?
Oh, did it have collar and stand collar and
No, it was a
blouses,
sort
or-
of, it was almost like a
can't
kind of
remember.
peasant-style blouse with just a, almost like no collar really, no, just had a round neckline.
Oh, that's okay. I thought
Just
you
had
had
a
to start
rounded
playing with a
neckline.
collar and a stand collar.
No.
Oh, no.
No, I mean, one of the contestants tried to put a collar on.
Yes.
And then I remember Sandra did a facing,
Yeah.
but she sewed it inside out.
Oh, no.
Oh, it was a huge drama, Helen.
So much stress on
No,
TV, though,
no.
isn't it?
There's lots of hearts aflutter, but
I
yeah.
know.
But you know, it's one of those things that, you know, my friend Sal, you know, always, well not always, but most of the time hates the neckline on dresses.
Yeah.
They're always too high or too low or the wrong shape. And
Yeah.
it's just being able to make these little adaptations. So even if you're buying your clothes commercially, being able to make alterations to them as well, because you
Absolutely.
understand the principles.
Now what I'm doing is I've just placed the pattern underneath your paper, and this is lovely because it's so fine so you can see through it, but without tearing. And what you're going to now do is trace off your facing pattern because it becomes a new pattern. So the line that you've just drawn, which is the new line of the edge of your facing, you trace that off. And I do it like a series of dots and dashes and just join it all up. But again, there's lots in the book to help you with the best way to trace patterns off. And so what you are creating is like a mirror, it's like a copy of that section there.
Yeah.
You can also draw in your seam allowance. This is quite useful to see what is what, because it's very easy to forget what you've drawn. And so when I take this off, I'm also going to write that this is my centre front. Let's see if I've got something darker. So I'll write centre front, I'll write my shoulder. And also, if you've got a curve, it's always useful to add a notch in the middle so it helps you match it up at the end. So you can choose where they go, but again, it's all explained in the book how to piece everything together at the end.
But it
So
just
if I
gives you
cut that
reference
off quick,
points.
you can see what we've created.
Yvette's messaged in to say, love the book, great demo, so clear to understand. Thank you both. And also, could you remind us all of your Facebook page, please?
So the Facebook page is called Dressmaking the Easy Guide. But I'm also All Sewn Up Wales. So if you've got any questions, I'll post on the Sewing Street page after. I'll post a link.
Awesome,
So go on to
thank
that
you.
afterwards as well.
Thank you.
But search
Becky
the
Alexander
book.
Frost has got in touch to say, hey team.
Hey Becky. So if
I tell
show
you,
this one.
it's a beautiful, beautiful book. I know it's sold out and I'm just rubbing salt in the wound now. But I mean, you're going to be thrilled. If you've got this today, you're going to absolutely love it. It is beautiful, so inspiring. And
There we go. I'll show you how
I
it
almost feel like don't start buying fabric for the dresses that you want to make yet. Get calico, get paper.
Calico is what you'll need until you perfect it, and it depends how confident you are as to how quickly you move on to your final fabric.
Yeah. But don't worry, this wonderful experimenting stage.
Yes.
This stage where you're creating your perfect blocks.
Yeah.
It-
You need to invest that time in the beginning with this.
That work will see you for years, won't it?
Yeah,
It'll benefit for
absolutely.
you for years ahead.
And the book, the idea of the book for me has always been, I want it to be that book that everybody's got. Everybody's got dressmaking books.
Yeah.
And I want it to be the book that everybody's got that helps them, but also look really beautiful. So that's why we've got these lovely big glossy full page pictures of
I tell you,
lovely
it's no
Leanna.
expense spared.
No, the managing director upgraded it to a hardback,
Yeah.
which was very exciting.
But still, for £20.
That a lot of
fabulous.
people have said that it's really reasonable.
It's amazing value.
Yeah, so I'll just trace this off so you can see. I know it's quite fast, but so what you have now created is a front neck facing and a back neck facing. And once you master this, you can do that on whichever shape you do. So even though I drew a curve, you could have drawn a sweetheart neckline, you could have drawn some crazy zigzag, you can do anything.
Nice.
As long as you understand the method, then you can do whichever facing you want. If you do a point, just bear in mind on the back you can't put a zip to a point, that's really tricky.
Yeah.
Which is why if you're having a zip in the centre back, you want your back to be a nice 90 degree, you know, kind of
Yes.
to there, so you've got a nice straight
Straight
bit. So when you put the
line.
zip in, if you do have a V-neck like this dress I've got on now, then I put a zip in the side. So, and that, again, it tells you that because some people won't be able to put a dress on themselves and pin it up to sample. So there's two methods for making the dress. The one method is obviously having the side seam. If you stitch the side seam up, the other method is opening the back, so allowing your head to come through. So all of those little bits. So if I just show you, this is what you've got. So you have on your front pieces now, you have a copy of what you've drawn there and what you've drawn there. And what those are then, they will become, when I place these together, so when you've sewn your shoulder seams together, like that, when you put these together in the book as well, you would also sew your shoulder seam, so that's a tricky one to sew. So I'll put that one back and place that on. So what you're facing, if I pull this back in shot so you can see, what you've now created is, this is your pattern with your lovely neckline and your facing drawn on. This is your pattern piece, which should fit exactly on there, like that. Oh, I think I folded that too far in there. And then this is what it creates actually on here. Okay, so this is what it is. So when you actually cut out in calico, it's all explained in the book how you actually then stitch it onto your neckline, snip into your curves, understitch around, and it gives you that beautiful, beautiful finish.
We've just had a
Inside
masterclass. Isn't it incredible? I'll say it. Isn't it incredible how much you can learn? Not a single stitch needed to be sewn. And we've all learned so much.
Hope
Thank you
so.
for that masterclass. That's
I
amazing.
hope it makes sense. I will do some videos and content for people to understand, because you know, some people don't, with words it can be a lot, but obviously it will all come to life soon. But I've just got a little 3-year-old who's keeping me very busy, so bear with me.
We get that. We get that too.
Crazy.
Just Helen, amazing. The only thing I've got to recap is pattern paper because everything else is sold out. Well done. Also that curve ruler, of course. Pattern paper, £8.99. The best £9 you'll spend, I think, if you've already got Helen's book. That pattern paper, super useful, and I loved as well watching Helen pinning it together to create that shape. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. It's 10 metre roll, 1 metre wide, continuous roll. I'm going to be showing you later on how to use it for quilting as well, so there's lots of ways you can use it. We've also got the curve ruler, which is absolutely brilliant. It's very limited stock. Again, this is the kind of thing that lingers and sits because none of us really know what to do with it unless we've got the knowledge, and then we know we need it. So grab yours while we've still got stock. We are limited stock on that now. Helen, huge thank yous for the last hour. That was awesome. You're back in an hour with a fabulous project from Amber Makes.
Yes, I am. Straight lines, all straight lines.
Easy,
Easy
easy.
peasy.
Nice relaxing hour. All right, we'll see you after the break.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafters Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders, I mean from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations. Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then, of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg. Oh, it's great to have your company. What a phenomenal masterclass that was, that last hour. I was just, in awe. It's fabulous. Well done if you managed to get Helen Rhiannon's book. Now, this hour, I've got some fabulous, fabulous fabrics. We are celebrating Tula Pink's birthday today. Happy birthday, Tula. We love you and we love your fabrics. We're going to start with the quilt kit that's hanging behind me. Now, I have got 5 of these kits left. £179.99? No, we've got 5 left. We've done a fabulous price for you. Ben, bring out that deal fairy for me. Let's get straight in there. Lowest ever price, £139.99 for that. This is a big quilt. It's a big quilt. It is 162 centimetres, which in new money It's about 65, 66 inches square. It's beautiful. It's called Sprightly Owl, which was my nickname in prison. 63 inches square. It's beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. Featuring fabrics from the Moon Garden collection. Now let me give you a slightly closer look. This is easy sewing. This is beginner level. I know it doesn't look it, but it absolutely is. You've got this big square in the centre that really focuses in on that owl print from Tula. The Moon Garden collection was all about celebrating what happens when the sun goes down, the moon comes up, and all that magic in the garden at night. Around that, you've got this wonderful almost trip around the world, kind of Bargello-like squares and rectangles. It's literally that, a rectangular panel made of squares and rectangles, easy piecing, sewn together. Now our corner units are fussy cut squares, again simply centering that motif into the square to create a focal point. You can get a lot of bang for your buck from Tula's fabrics. Hi Stuart, says Lisa. I have the Tula quilt in another colourway, easy to complete. I absolutely love it. It's beautiful design, isn't it? I love this. Make this quilt again and again in all sorts of fabrics. So then you can see further out, we've got more strip pieced squares in the corners, and we've got a big rectangle. Now, the one bit I want to point out to you, it's in the pattern of course, but I'm just going to point out to you that when you cut this fabric, everything is cut so that the birds stay up the right way. So look, even though we've got 4 of these rectangles, we've got top and we've got bottom, and we've got side to side, but look, the top and bottom are cut landscape, the sides are cut portrait, and that is so that the birds stay up straight. So just remember that when you're cutting. It's a beautiful quilt. We've got 4 left. We've got 4 left, 139.99. It's Tula's birthday. Now 139.99, this is a 63-inch square quilt, so it's a big quilt. That's a lot of value. You've also got an absolute chunk of gorgeous Tula pink fabric. There's your pattern, all included, all printed off for you, all very easily put together. There's nothing complex about this quilt. Beginners can make this, advanced sewers can make it. I've got 3 left and 4 in baskets. Let me just show you this beautiful fabric that those 3 of you who get this quilt are going to get. You've got fabrics from the Moon Garden collection. You've also got fabrics from Tula Pink's True Colours. This hexagon print is one of my all-time not just from Tula, but of any design. I just think it's beautiful. I love it. I just love it. It's so stylish. You've got these beautiful, this sort of geode print. There's those beautiful birds with that lattice background. This is just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful fabric. Fantastic value for money. You're making a big saving on the price. You're paying $139.99, and that is the lowest price that we've ever gone on this quilt. It's been such a popular quilt kit, and we are literally just down to our last couple. Just got a couple left. And we've got many more of these in baskets than we have. So check out your basket, please. And happy birthday, Tula. Tula and I once spent an evening sitting on a sofa, drinking beers and talking till about 2 a.m. And she told me her real name. And she absolutely swore me to secrecy, so I would never say. Now, extra wide backings. I'm going to show you this one because this is just too divine for words. It is absolutely stunning, isn't it? I mean, yes, a quilt backing, but I mean, a maxi dress. Hello. How beautiful would that be? I could imagine Elle in wearing this as a maxi dress. She's one of our fabulous presenters on Jewellery Maker. She would rock that. And it's almost like a sateen finish to it. It's absolutely glorious. It would also be beautiful for a duvet cover and pillowcases. It would be beautiful on the back of any quilt, frankly, especially one that uses bright colours or black and white, so it doesn't have to be Tula. But I've never seen this print before and I think it's fantastic. No, I haven't seen that one before. We've got 8 units left. That's it. It's been so popular on pre-order. Now I've also got that same print in a white gel print. So this is super cool. Again, it's that sateen finish. And can you just about see, it's so hard to show white on white prints, but it's a gel print. Now, top tip I can give you, this would be lovely just as it is, but it would also be so awesome to dye this. So if you dyed it one solid colour, the gel print acts as a resist. If you were to space dye it or ice dye it, or tie dye it, the possibilities are endless. Even if you just get yourself a metre of this and have playtime, just awesome. You would absolutely have the best time with this fabric. I love gel prints for that, and it's such a big bold design. It would be amazing. £13.99 for half a metre. It is, that is more than 108 wide. No, is that 108? 274 centimetres. I think it's 108 inches wide. So plenty wide enough for the vast majority of really big quilts. We'll just check that. 108 inches wide, thank you. Now the last extra wide that I've got from Tula is a real classic from her. It's a silver grey background, and then print-wise it's got swallows and stars, suns, spots, printed in all different rainbow colours. Derek's just got in touch to say that Tula pink hexagon would make or makes an amazing shirt. Yes, 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 Derek, yes. Gorgeous, gorgeous. My Tula pink quilt kit behind me, the Sprightly Owl, I've got 2 left. Well done if you managed to get your quilt kit. We're not going to restock this. This will be it. I'm sure of that. I'm sure of that. Look at this gorgeous. If you're making Sprightly Owl, grab yourself some backing fabric for it while we're at it. Shall we do some rainbow fabrics? Yeah, that Tula rainbow, it would just go so well. Let's go bright rainbow. Bright rainbow, classic rainbow. Our lovely Ben put these bundles together. He knows just how to make me happy. Wasn't already married, Ben. Just gorgeous, isn't it? 7 beautiful half metres of rainbow solids. Look at that price, £24.53. It's just brilliant. 3.5 metres of fabric for £24.53. What are we paying per metre? 3.5 metres for £24.53. It's phenomenal. 3.57. £3.50 per half metre. That's per half metre. So £7 a metre. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. That's not, stop it. We're not paying £24.53. Go on. Where's my deal fairy? There he is. I knew it. That's awesome. £22.53. Okay, listen. When I went to I remember going to a quilt shop in 1996. I remember because I was teacher training college, and I went to a quilt shop and I bought solids for a quilt, and they charged £6 a metre in 1996. And And this is £6 something a metre now in 2023. £6.42 a metre. Fabulous. I love it. I love it. And I love mixing solids in with other fabrics. I love using them on their own. I'm literally just about to start designing a quilt that uses entirely solids, which I'm very excited about. You can get such bang and impact using solids. But also, what about combining these maybe with a bit of that in a bag, in a quilt? Just beautiful. And then the whole cost to make just sinks into the basement, doesn't it? It really brings the cost to make down if you mix in some well-priced solids, and these are phenomenally well-priced. Just gorgeous. I need pastels now to calm me down. I love the pastels. So, £24.53, I don't believe you. £22.53. Love it. Love it. There we go. Beautiful pastel rainbow. These are real kind of sherbet colours, aren't they? Soft and gentle. You could actually mix these really well with your brights. So you've got your brights, you've got your lights, mix and match, diamonds. What about a Lone Star quilt done almost like a colour wheel? So your lightest pastel solids in the centre, your solid colours, if you like, your basic colours, and then your darks round the outside of a Lone Star in diamonds. That would be beautiful. That would be beautiful. Again, phenomenal value. Under £7 per metre. £22.53, £6.42 per metre. Absolutely fantastic. I love that. I love that. Really beautiful soft shades there. Be really sweet actually for a baby quilt. And as well, I think all of the colours would be great for a baby quilt. Mix them. And then that deep, dark, rich, jewel-like mouldy rainbow. A mouldy rainbow. Let me put this, you know the drill by now. That price is coming down. £22.53. These are super rich, aren't they? Just changing the way I'm putting those together. Absolutely gorgeous. Now, one little tip I actually learned from Tula, which was, she said she loves doing a rainbow quilt. Lots of her quilts have a rainbow. But she said, you know what, if you do that classic rainbow, start with red, end with purple. The middle is always going to be those sort of yellows and light greens. And she said, and for me, those yellows and light greens are not my favourite part of the rainbow. They are not my favourite colours, but they'll always end up in the middle if you put them into classic order. So she said, all you got to do is take the end of the rainbow and move it to the front and shift the colours along. So now if you look at this here, the way I've arranged it here, the centre of your quilt is now going to be the pinks and the reds and the oranges. Now they are definitely my favourite part of a rainbow. But if you wanted to, you could shunt everything along, and now the centre of your rainbow is the purples, the blues and the plums. So I thought that was such a brilliant tip from the birthday girl herself. Classic rainbow in the lead today. We also have a bit of a competition. Classic rainbow. There's that classic rainbow, by the way, just to remind you. In classic rainbow order. I also love a bar or a strip quilt. So imagine these, maybe 3.5 by 6.5 inch rectangles sewn together, okay, in a bar, and then just repeat, okay, all the way down your quilt, and then have maybe narrow strips. It could be black, black, and then you could have a wider strip of white, or even narrow strip black, wider strip grey, and then wider strip white, and then have your grey and your black again, and then another band, maybe 3 of those bands of rainbow. Because I think one of the, especially if you're making quilts for children and you want to do like a colour quilt, it's very easy to leave out the greys, the browns, the creams, the whites, the blacks. And they're just as important, super important colours for children to get their heads around and to learn those colour names as well. So try and include those in your quilts. Right, let me put that to one side. Let's do Scandi. These are amazing value. I'm really excited to show you these. A couple of days ago, we had, is it already sold out? Yeah, gorgeous. Got to get rid of this one. It's already gone. They're just listed as cotton fabrics, but they're actually extra wide cotton canvas fabrics. So absolutely brilliant for things like bag making, upholstery. I've got 5 different prints to show you. Thanks, Michael. Just brought me a lovely cuppa. This one's gorgeous, isn't it? Shall we start with that? Let's start with that one. Oh, yes. Lovely, aren't they? Let me just tell you the width. 56 inches wide, so an upholstery width fabric and an upholstery weight. It's a cotton canvas, so sturdy, great for things like bag making and blinds, curtains, making yourself beanbag chairs or cushions, stuff for outdoors in the garden as well. Absolutely superb cotton canvas. Love this mid-century modern print. It is lovely. Now, of course, you can mix these with solids, you know, with cotton, ordinary regular cotton. So no reason why you can't. That's a perfect colour to go with, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. I've got a little solids bundle to show you in a second to go with these, but just to show you. So if you're making a bag, absolutely the base of the bag, the top of the bag, the handles, maybe some piping, things like that. If you're going to fuse this to something like in our form or H640, then absolutely don't worry about the fact that these are 2 slightly different weights. If you're only going to do fabric, say you're going to French seam this together and have it unlined, I might be inclined to put a little bit of maybe a woven stabilizer onto the back of the cotton fabric, and I'd use a woven stabilizer because then that's going to look perfectly good inside your bag, whereas your iron-on stabilizer is going to be a bit sort of papery, whereas a woven stabilizer is just going to look like fabric inside the bag as a lining. So, but they work brilliantly well together. The price is awesome. The price is incredible, isn't it? £6.49, Scandi Eau Dense, burnt orange fabric. This is 56 inch wide, sorry, cotton canvas fabric, and it's less than the price of 44 inch wide quilt weight cotton. This is a bargain. That's a bargain. Okay, I'm being told to move on. We have got more to show you. Let me do this one next. These would mix and match beautifully together. This is beautiful. The mustard version sold out. This is, I would call this papaya. I'd call this papaya. I do love colour names. Yeah, I don't like just calling fabric orange. I'd still want to call it tangerine or... So I would call this papaya, or I would call this... No, I'd call this papaya. I was going to say mango, but it's not, it's papaya. Lovely. Again, that sort of mid-century modern look. 56 inches wide. A nice weighty cotton canvas. So you're not going to use this for dressmaking. This is going to be sturdy bag making fabric. Weekend warrior, shopping bags, shopping trolley bags would be awesome. A over-the-shoulder hobo bag. Let me just a minute. I'll be right back. My hobo bag, let me find it. There's a bag for everything in this book, I'm telling you. I should know where every pattern is really, shouldn't I? There it is. Right, the essential hobo bag. Now I've shown this with a contrast base, but you want a nice big print for the main part of the bag. This would look ace. Now again, I'm just going to grab that solid for a second because that would make a beautiful contrast for the bottom of the bag. This is just a pliqued over the top. You turn that edge under and then top stitch it into place. You could also use this for round the side welt, but you could also use more of this one, or mix it up and use this one for the side welt and the shoulder strap. Yeah, pick out little colours from the prints for contrast, maybe for the button. So loving that fabric. Again, £6.49 a metre. It's phenomenally good value. Let's move on. Let me show you a couple more. Birdies. It's little birds. Very cute. So this one has got that same sort of papaya colour in it. Oh, I like that. Now this would be really nice in maybe in a kitchen. It's our early bird, isn't it? It's like our early bird. Really cute though. I'm just thinking this would be really nice in the kitchen. A runner, some placemats, maybe some either tie-on cushions for the kitchen chairs, or if you've got drop-in seat pads, you can just take those out, stretch this over the drop-in pad and staple round the back. Staple the fabric round the back. You can cover that with a bit of calico if you want to neaten it up. But generally speaking, you never, unless you literally lie on the floor looking up, you'd never see the underside of this. I mean, it happens. We've all been there on a Friday night. But just lovely and a really quick makeover, freshen things up. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Love that background colour as well. It's just a really, really soft yellow green. 56 inches wide again, as I say. 100% cotton canvas, perfect for bag making and upholstery. Same design now, but a different colourway. Be really nice in a nursery for your baby bird, wouldn't it? Super cute. Super cute. I want a little bit of, I don't know. See, that's not the right green, is it? I don't know. No. Maybe a blue. Not sure. I don't know what colour I'd put with that. You could always go with good old, goes with anything. Yeah. Gold would work. Not a yellow though. You want this sort of mustardy almost. Nice. I'm going to move on because we've got loads of lovely tapestry fabrics to go through as well. And then last one from the Scandi cotton canvas range. Scandi. I just love that sort of geometry, and it almost looks like, don't take this the wrong way, a potato print. Do you know what I mean? But it's got that old wood block print. Cute, isn't it? Could do a lot with that. Right, so we've got a little complimentary bundle. It's a lovely little bundle of colours actually. This would just make a really nice quilt as well. It's just a lovely modern palette. The web image is terrible. Don't look at that. Look at this. Don't look at that. Look at this. Love it. That is lush. That is lush. That would be really lovely to make a baby quilt out of. I'm a bit obsessed with babies this morning, aren't I? I do love making quilts for children and babies though. They're gorgeous because they can't argue back. They just gurgle over it and love it. You know though, when we sort of worry about people being critical, babies never are, you know. They'll dribble on anything. But that would just be lovely. Yeah, just gorgeous. Love these blues, and with this little bit of soft, is this soft peach? We'll just check. Yeah, peach. We've got slate, peach ivory, duck egg, candy blue, and buttercup. Buttercup, baby, just to let me down. Yeah, I was just going to say, actually, that's a very, very good price, isn't it, for 3 metres? You've got half a metre for free. I mean, I get that when it's the brand new Tilda range and it's, you know, £100 and you get half a metre for free. But this is £18.95. Yeah, maybe a £2 saving, but you're saving half a metre of this. Absolutely brilliant. That's gorgeous. Lovely. Make yourself a little cute baby quilt. Or that will go really, really nicely with those Scandi fabrics. And remember, you can mix the cotton canvas with quilt weight cotton absolutely fine. Right, shall we have a look at some tapestry fabrics? Right, can we start with this one, because I've not seen this before. This ends 6/9. This is called Lisbon. Lisbon. I just think that is so cool. All those different windows. It reminds me of, you know, Barcelona. I've never been to Lisbon. So Barcelona or Amsterdam or even New York or London. It's all those different window styles all together. I think it's gorgeous, very smart, a bit quirky. I could just imagine making from a simple bag through to something complex and ooh, you want to applique over the top, Ben? Nice. A meandering river going straight across the middle, or flooding all the houses. Just sort of thinking it through. Not with you there, I'm sorry. Well, I think it's lovely. You could also have great fun embellishing this, couldn't you? You could add embroideries and add window boxes and flowers and vines and all sorts of things. It's a great base fabric. Absolutely fab. Well done, by the way, if you got the Tula Sprightly Owl, it's now sold out. Well done if you got yours. Last of the stock, that one. Now, something really quilty. This ends 9/5. I adore this. I was sending Ben pictures of designs just like this last night, and this is very, very similar. It's got a real kind of quilty feel. It's got a bit of a Aztec feel, a bit of a New Mexico Santa Fe as well. This is good sturdy fabric. You could easily make bags with this and not line them if you don't want to. You could either French seam or you could overlock the edges and you really wouldn't need to line them. The wrong side of the fabric looks fabulous too, doesn't it? Ah, lovely, lovely message from Steph. For you, Ben, to say whoever chose the Scandi Basics, the plains, did an amazing job. It's not just about colour, but tonal values. This is perfect. Oh, Ben's thrilled, Steph, genuinely, that's lovely. Just gorgeous. Half a metre is £6.99. Now, again, let's just measure this because this is wider than standard. I'm just going to bring these edges together. It's not quite folded in half. Well, I'll guesstimate. It is 54 inches wide. A message. Thank you. My Roman blinds are made of the Aztec. This is Michelle in Lancashire. It's perfect, isn't it? Perfect for blinds, perfect for curtains. Good morning, Stuart. I'm about to make a large tapestry bag to hang on my wheelchair. Should I use interfacing as well as a lining, please? From Yvonne. Lovely bag. Lovely bag. I think probably not, to be honest, Yvonne. Depends how big the bag is and how much structure you want. But this is quite a structured fabric. It's firm. It's got a really good weight and structure to it. I think with a lining in it, it will be structured enough. Yeah, I'm going to say I don't think you would. Send us pics. Send us pics. That's lovely. That's like a magic carpet, isn't it? Or like a kilim. You know, there's wonderful kilim rugs. It's got a look of that about it too. I was just going to say, I wonder, I was just thinking the same thing, Ben, if you could fold the edge over and then you could neaten that. I mean, you can neaten those edges just with masking tape initially, and then you could sew a non-slip lining or even glue a non-slip backing to it and have it on the floor as a runner or a rug. Definitely put a non-slip backing on it. Otherwise you would definitely go, yes, I was just thinking of the letters, you know what I mean, over, yes. Don't do that, but yeah, wouldn't that be nice? Love getting inspired with these fabrics. Flame stitch. I don't know why I felt the need to go flame stitch. I'm gonna say yes. I don't know. Murano is this called? Think of Murano as glass, yeah. Well, that's fab. That's absolutely fab. But it looks, I mean, it's almost like an embroidery stitch, isn't it? Isn't that called flame stitch? Where you've got the sort of gradations of colour through. Just beautiful. And as well, I mean, if you're making a bag with this, you don't just have to cut your piece out as it is. You could cut, you know, at a 45-degree angle and mitre the two edges together, and then cut your rectangle from that. It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh, so, yeah, that looks cool too, doesn't it? This is perfect for upholstery, by the way. If you want to make loose covers for an armchair or sofa, if you want to cover an ottoman or a poof, piano stool, yeah? Or I tell you, it would be really nice to cover like an office chair as well with this, or a director's chair. I used to be obsessed with them. You got them from Habitat, didn't you? And they were never as comfortable as you thought they were going to be, but nice though. Llamas! I need llamas. Bring me my llamas. This is quirky and fun though, isn't it? They do rather look like they're wearing harem pants, don't they? Beautiful. It's so cute. Oh, I like the wrong side. You seen that? Isn't that gorgeous? Beautiful, but they're from the right side. Oh, that's really fun. If you make and sell these fabrics, they're all really eye-catching, aren't they? If you make and sell, say for example, shopping bags, tote bags, you could make these unlined. You've already saved yourself interfacing and lining fabric by using a fabric that looks good on the wrong side and doesn't need interfacing because it's sturdy, all right? You've also got fabric which is eye-catching and it's kind of bold but not too in your face, a bit fun, a bit quirky. I think this is really eye-catching. You could also use these for making smaller things like spectacle cases, you know, because even just a small piece of that would have enough pattern on it. It would be really fun. Or little like Kindle cases, shoulder bags as well. Love that. What a fun fabric. An amazing, amazing value. £6.99 for a half metre. Now, let me just show you how much you're getting for that money, because this is 56 inches wide. This is half a metre. This is what you'd get for £6.99. Now, if you were making something like maybe Kindle covers, I reckon that you would get at least 4 out of half a metre, which means each one of them is costing you about £1.75 in fabric. So an amazing value. Just gorgeous. Little pouches. Yeah, just little lovely handmade things. I love that. Well, I take a lot of travel bags. When I've made a lot of little travel bags, just little crossbody, little bag about this big that you can just put, you know, a bit of money in, maybe your room key from your hotel, bits and bobs, but nothing much. But you can wear across your body, because I like to, sometimes I wear that under my clothes, so it's really secure, or certainly under a jacket. And then it's really nice and secure, easy to get into. They're just ever so easy to make, and they're just lovely. Shall we go quirky again? Because I love this. This is giraffes. Giraffes. There's my southern twang. Not giraffe, giraffe. Just to accentuate that really long neck. It's rather long, isn't it? Cute. Oh, and look, even the wrong side. That's great. That's great. And real kind of fussy cut images there. Fabulous. You can also quilt this fabric as well, so don't think that you can't quilt it. It would be really nice if you're making cushions out of this to quilt them as well. And you could actually do something like a bit of a wobbly line cutting through like this, and then I would do the same on this diagonal, a wobbly like that. That's a great fun fabric. That's a great fun fabric. Where should we go to next? Go on. Oh yeah, yeah. I haven't seen this one before. Oh. I tell you, is it this one or is it the other one? This ends 1-2. Yeah, now, I know I said don't use this for dressmaking, but now I'm looking at that thinking, can you imagine a long jacket, in like a fitted jacket, but long, almost like to knee length, slim jacket? Are you with me, Ben? Oh, that would be so beautiful. Yeah, long curtains, a door curtain. We're all finding other ways to keep our houses warm or to stay snug in our houses now. Things like draft excluders, door curtains, room dividers, things like that. It's, you know, and done beautifully. Oh, that's a bit of all right as well, isn't it? This has been really popular on pre-order. I love that. I love that. And that's real Mary Poppins, isn't it? Carpet bag, isn't it though? But you could really sort of update that look by picking a real modern bag pattern, but doing it in a really traditional fabric, but perhaps with some like funky modern metalware on there, funky zip, that kind of thing, just to... Yeah, I just think it's fabulous. This for me has that same sort of chic coolness to it that things like a granny square waistcoat has got. It's vintagey, but it also is quite edgy as well. They're timeless designs, really. But yeah, really fun. Love that one. I've got another rose print, actually. price is amazing too, isn't it? £6.99 for all of these. This is like a florist's. This is like being in Amsterdam in the flower market, where you just see those huge. Oh, it's called Amsterdam Rose. That seriously, that was definitely a coincidence. Oh wow. Well, there we go. Well, there we go. There we go. Roses. Just lovely. Nice, to tell you another thing you could make with these tapestry fabrics. Door stops. You know those ones that are like big, chunky, almost cubes with a handle over the top? And generally, I think people fill them with cat litter. New cat litter, obviously. Back down, Charlie. Come on, stay with me. These would all work really well for that. And they're very giftable as well. I've got them at literally every door in my house because the doors can never close in my house because Mrs. Mills. Because I would hate her ever to get sort of trapped in a room and you know a door's like, yeah, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that. Yeah, yeah. It was awful. I think she got locked in a room once. Poor thing. She had a very nice 20th birthday, by the way. I must post some pictures of her. I must post some pictures of her. I'd like to bring Mrs. Mills to work, really, but she wouldn't settle. She wouldn't settle, I'm afraid. No, actually, if she was in the gallery with you, she'd just curl up on someone's lap and go to sleep. Yeah, she loves cuddles. She loves cuddles. Next one ending 9-7. This is graphic and gorgeous, isn't it? Now, I'd like to upholster with that. Yeah, I'd definitely upholster with that. Ooh, wow, I was not expecting that green. That's the wrong side of the fabric. Look at that. So actually, I'm thinking, I say a lot of them are reversible, but that, oh, see, now I want to cut and splice pieces together. I don't know what I want to make with it, but I want to make something. Do you know what I mean? Or big wedge shapes cut out of this and then sewn together to make a throw, maybe? A throw for your cart? Or a bed runner? Nice. Runner! We don't ever have enough time. 10 minutes left, okay. Right. This next one's lovely. This is like a houndstooth, ending 1-7. Little Glasgow, it's called. And I definitely would never have got that. But it's delicious fabric. That's a cat, surely. It's Mrs. Mills, always watching me with the tail up. There we go. Oh, she makes this noise now that makes her sound like Dot Cotton. She goes, meow. I mean, she hasn't actually got a cigarette hanging out of her mouth. She's all, meow. Oh. Oh, she's lovely. She's lovely. She's my little baby. Oh, that would make such a smart bag, wouldn't it? Like a messenger bag. Beautiful. Now, little tip here. This tapestry fabric does fray. It does fray, okay? So when you're making any makes with it, cut your pattern pieces, and a bit like you might in dressmaking, zigzag the edges straight away. Before you start constructing anything with it, zigzag, or if you've got an overlocker, overlock the edges, and then you won't have any fraying to contend with while you're constructing whatever you're making. So where we might normally neaten edges at the end, or sometimes not at all, I would recommend it with tapestry fabric. It just will make your life a lot easier and the whole make just more pleasant. Yeah, Just do that and you'll be absolutely fine. Next one, crazy paving. Oh, my dad used to do amazing crazy paving. Yeah, he was really good at it, and it was the time as well, it was in the 70s. This is a riot. This is a riot. Absolutely beautiful. Or stained glass. That's giving me stained glass vibes as well. My very talented friend Maxine has done some incredible stained glass. I'm just about to commission a big piece from her based around like quilting. All in stained glass. She's so clever. She's so clever. I keep trying to convince her to come on Hobby Maker. She's so clever and talented. Yeah, she should. She's brilliant. She's a great person as well. She's just wonderful. Anyway, stained glass or crazy paving. Look! There's the reverse. Can I get a rewind? £6.99 for half metre. This is Gaudi. Gaudi was in Barcelona, wasn't he? He designed the Sagrada Familia and lots of important buildings in Barcelona. Isn't it finished now, the Sagrada Familia? And I tell you what, I went many, many years ago, looked around, went inside, went all around it. Last time we went, which was about 3 years ago, 3.5 years ago, you couldn't get anywhere near it. It was just like 40 deep, people all around it. We were on a bus anyway, we just went past. Just went, oh look, there it is. There it is. Bored of it now. O2. This is lovely, isn't it? This has got something of the Santa Fe, New Mexico, about it as well. That's lovely. I feel abandoned on Facebook though. I haven't had a message through for ages. I have to ask a provocative question. Black and white. Black and white. Here's a controversial question. Black and white or colour? I know the answer already. This one ends 3.5. So this is like little pinwheels. This is very quilty, isn't it? Like pinwheels. Or little half square triangles. This again would be really nice to make bags from. Very smart. You don't really need interfacing with this kind of fabric if you're using this for a bag. You could put some H640 in just to give it a more softly padded look, or if you wanted to add some quilting, but you don't need anything to stiffen it per se, unless you're making something very structured, like say for example the front flap on a messenger bag. You want that quite stiff, so I might use something like Decaville Light on this, or even maybe Decaville, but that might make it too stiff. A message. Morning, Stuart. I think the cathedral in Barcelona isn't due to be finished until 2040. I think Penny in Hampshire. Gosh. Mind you, at least it is due to get finished at some point. I mean, I think when I first went to see it, which was probably 25 years ago, they were sort of saying it'll never be finished, which I thought was a bit sad, really. But thank you for that, Penny. 2 more fabrics. This one is that same kind of harlequin. Oh, Julie, that's a lovely idea. Julie's got in touch on Facebook. Thank you, Julie. To say I use the fringe edge on the fabric to make an edge on bags. So, look, like this. So this might be your bag. Okay. So this might be your bag, okay, and then this is like your front flap here, with your little fringy edge. That's a really nice idea. That's cool, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's lovely. And then just have some little attachments here and a shoulder strap. Maybe a little leather shoulder strap and a little, have we got, just wandering off now. Well, we haven't got any of the leather buckles, have we, on today? Do you know the thing I mean? Those little leather buckles on the front that were just in cherry red. We've got the cherry red in stock. Lovely. That's a great idea. Thank you for that. June says, oh, I love a provocative question. Go for it, Stuart. Oh, that woke everybody up. A provocative question. Do you put your jam on a scone first? I'm about to get pulled off air by the bosses. Or the cream on first? And is it, and just for more controversy, is it scone or is it scone? Becky says, morning Stuart, lovely fabrics. My 5-year-old daughter, Lani, loves watching you and enjoys picking out fabrics she wants. Oh, Becky, get them started young, that's what I say. Morning, Lani. Lots of love to you and to Mum. June says, jam first. See, I knew that'd get a reaction. Right, a rainbow tree. That's lovely. It's cute. Beautiful, beautiful. Ooh. Oh yeah, just, oh no, is that it? That's it. Yes, just very quickly before we go, Tula Pink 10-inch charm pack. I had it earlier on and then I don't know if I put it back. Sorry everyone. Or I've given myself earache with my earpiece. I think I pushed it in so hard. It's actually touching brain. No, it's not. Oh, it's gone missing. Tula, where are you? I want to know what Tula's doing for her birthday. Oh, it's gone walkabouts. It's gone walkabouts. I could sing a song to fill in.
Shall we do a price crash?
I who have nothing. Let's do a price crash instead. Should we do that? That'll cheer us up. Moon Garden 10-inch charm pack. There's only 2 left and we're going to do a price crash just because we haven't got the actual thing to show you. $42.99. Thank you very much. Did you know that Moda charm packs, 10-inch layer cakes and jelly rolls are going to be going up to something like, I think on the high street, something like £60. That's what I've heard anyway. So I would grab them while you can. Sharon's got in touch. Scone. Now, Sharon, have you put that down for how you pronounce it? Because it could be either. I'm going to say scone and jam first. Helen Rhiannon's just walked in. When you have a scone, do you put your jam on first or your cream on first? Jam first, then cream. Why? Because you can really pile the cream on. Now that is the first intelligent answer I have heard to justify that. Helen Rhiannon, ladies and gentlemen. I love that. I think it's sold out. It's sold out. Well done if you got that. Thank you for trusting us. We're going for a break now. I'm off for a jam and cream scone. I'll see you in a moment. Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home deck. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself an overlocker.
Oh, I have opened a can of worms. Facebook's gone wild. It's scone as in cone, and then after you've eaten it, it's scone as in gone. I like that one. Thank you for that, Ian. And Steph says, jam first and lots of cream. I don't want to contaminate the cream, so it comes after. Raspberry, preferably seedless, with you all the way. Now, this hour, we've got fabulous Helen Rhiannon's back.
Hi.
Showing off her bag making skills. This hour, it's a gorgeous tote bag with, look, a reel of thread on one side, giant reel of thread on one side, and then on the other side, a little like human pyramid, well, thread pyramid. You've got pockets on either end. It's a gorgeous take anywhere tote, and look, inside, beautiful decorative lining. The fact that it matches my shirt, I'm just living for. It's a brand new one from Amber Makes. I've got 3 different options for you. Let me show you. Now, first of all, I should say, we've got the pattern on its own. We've got the pattern on its own. So if you want the pattern on its own for the Store It tote, we'll give you the details. The pattern's £9.99. Now then, you get a full video tutorial. You can either scan a QR code or go to the Amber Makes website. You've got full instructions and photo tutorials for how to make your spool blocks, large and small, and how to put it all together into a bag, how to create your pockets. You've even got cutting layouts for all of your fabrics. Okay, so pattern on its own, £9.99, a really useful bag. Then if you want to, we've got 3 different colourways in kit form. So let's start off with the one that the finished bag's made out of. That's this really beautiful sort of, it's almost like kind of blue and white china version, much like my shirt. So you get your pattern. Now you get some grey fabric, you get a fat quarter of that. That's to make the cotton reel top and bottom. You get half a metre of white, that's for your background fabric. And then you get a pre-printed panel, and this has 4 fatter quarters of those different fabrics that you're going to use to create the rest of the bag. And this is the rest of the outside of the bag and also the lining as well. So you get loads of fabric there. You also get some additional elements. You get some labels as well. Isn't that lovely? And the price is great, £24.99, and that's the pattern as well. So you're actually only paying £14.99, £15 rather, for your panel, your half metre of solid and your fat quarter. That's phenomenal value. That is phenomenal value, isn't it? Because this would be at least £14.99, if not £19.99 for the panel normally. I think our fat quarter panels are £19.99. Half a metre, that's got to be £3.50 and probably about £2. So that's huge value, absolutely fab. So that's our blue version. Now we've got another blue version. This one is, this has got crochet on it. This has got crochet on it. So you've got a cream or an ivory, half metre ivory solid. You've got a fat quarter of navy. And then let me show you this panel. What I'm going to do, I'm going to lay it on the table so that you can see the different fabric. Oh, this is really fun. I love this. I love this. Look. So it's all like circular granny squares. It's a contradiction, isn't it? Circular square. You know what I mean, though. And then, oh, how much fun is this? Ben, our producer, said, oh, it's like the Greek evil eye, but it's not, it's crochet, look. How cool. How cool. And then, as I say, you've got your cream, you've got your navy, and you've got your pattern. Again, £24.99. So £15 for all of that. And a pattern you can use again and again and again. And it's fat quarter friendly, of course. Fat quarter friendly. And then this last version, gorgeous, sewing themed, little touch of pink. You get your pattern. You get 2 different shades of pink for your background and for the top and bottom of your spools. And then here's your fat quarter panel. And this is all sewing themed. So you've got vintage sewing machines, you've got scissors and tape measures and reels of thread. You've got a larger version of that and more of those little notions, little buttons. And then look as well at the top. You get your stitched with love, handmade with love, handmade by, this belongs to. This took forever. I made this. Well, that's not true, is it? It won't take forever. And look at these lovely extras that you get as well along the top if you wanted to add a little applique to a pocket perhaps. It's so full, the panel. So full. There's no wasted space whatsoever. £24.99. No, sorry. That can't be right. That can't be right, Ben. £24.99. Change it. Change it at once. Don't buy it at that price. We'll get the price done properly in a sec. There we go, there we go, there we go. Thank you. $24.99. Teasing us. Right, let's leap straight in, shall we? Helen.
Hello.
Let's do some sewing. Can I come over?
Yeah, of course you can. There's a bit more room now.
There was lots of mannequins earlier
I know,
on.
there was no way to get
so
through,
I felt there
was
were
there?
too many bodies over here without me adding my own large body to it.
Oh, don't be daft. Right, so this is a bag. It's been a while since I've made a bag.
Yep.
It's been a long time since I've made a bag. I used to do quite all different things before, and now it's just been mainly dressmaking. So going back to a different way of instructions as well is quite interesting. So what I'm doing, I'm going to demonstrate the spool on the other side, which is the bigger one. So I thought it makes a bit more sense. You can see it because it's the same method. Once you do this one, it's the same method then to create the miniature ones.
Perfect.
So I thought it's a bit easier to see. So we'll create this.
Lovely.
And I haven't done it before, so I'm going to sew with you. So
Great.
Yeah.
And this is all rotary cutting instructions, but you were saying earlier on if you're a dressmaker, you might want to do it a different way.
My brain works differently. So seeing obviously all of these where you're having to draw out each panel, in my head it's like I'm used to a pattern piece and placing a pattern piece on, and obviously when you see that quite a few of them are the same pattern piece but just on different fabrics, it's totally up to you how you're used to working. But personally, I think if I were to have done this, the whole bag, I would have probably made the big template so I could see what fits on where. So you can decide, because it's the hard bit, isn't it, deciding which way, because there are so many nice combinations on there as well. So at least then you can maybe have your templates, you can see which ones fit, and then you've got that template to make it again next time rather than having to do all that again. That's just my dressmaking head talking.
Not everyone rotary cuts.
And sometimes it can seem a lot of numbers, and some people, prefer to see, they see that and think, oh gosh, it's a lot. But it's nice to plan it bit by bit. But it's good to see the sample to understand what bit's what as well.
For sure.
Absolutely. So I've pre-cut pieces out anyway. I did just get the ruler out and just trace everything off. And the thing that's really important is just keeping everything accurate, isn't it, when you're doing something like this?
Definitely.
And I know obviously quilting is super accurate, and it's not something I do, and I don't, people always ask, can I do quilting workshops? But I think I couldn't, because it's not what I do, and I think it's a different art form already. But I love how accurate you have to be.
Oh yeah,
it's brilliant. So if you are a quilter, I think it's quite nice to transition over to other things because you've got that accuracy from the beginning.
I agree.
Which is good. So what I have done, remember what I've got here all together. So I'm going to create the front, and if we've got time, we'll also look at the side pocket. So I've just written on them with the friction pen within the seam allowance. You can iron that off if you're not sure. So we'll leave that to one side. And I've just laid out all of these little pieces here. There is one that I've got to cut out. So I don't know whether, do you want me to demo on the rotating mat?
Yeah, it's up to you if you want to.
Just how to do that. Now, there's been a lot of controversy about rotary cutters on Sewing Bee. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
A lot of controversy. So
go on, tell us the controversy.
Well, people they're really surprised how many are cutting out with a rotary cutter for dressmaking, whereas I do it all the time. And some people are saying it should just be for quilting, and scissors should be for dressmaking. Whereas personally, I'm a rotary cutter and scissor person, so I do a bit of both. So I know I've had a commenting before when I've cut patterns out, and I don't use a ruler obviously because you're cutting round and round.
Curves and things like that.
Yeah, so each to your own really. But with this, I've kind of drawn it out. It is obviously easier with a ruler, but what I've also done, the joy of being able to use the rotary cutter is then being able to layer up.
Yes,
so
you can,
at least you can layer up, you can pin a few layers at once. And as long as you've got it all in order, then this is where this comes to its own then. So, and I think it always looks worse when you watch it on TV, because I know when people when you see someone sewing up close, you always think their hands are really close.
I know, yeah, you do.
Are you panicking now as well?
Yeah. You think, oh, don't do that.
There we go.
As long as it's done with care and
absolutely. But this is how I dressmake.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I will, and sometimes cut paper patterns out, sometimes with a rotary cutter rather than the scissors then as well.
Yeah.
Obviously, what I did there, I should have used this to turn around. This is very handy.
They are good, aren't
Used that
they?
before.
They are good.
But yes, I think it's absolutely fine for you to use a rotary cutter for everything, as long as you're careful, obviously, with it.
Yeah, for sure.
You do keep your fingers away. But those who post pictures when they've gone, oh, I've had an accident, and then you see,
no.
Oh, that goes right through me when
we
you
don't
see
need to see a
everything.
picture.
No.
Thanks. That's one picture we can do without.
I know. So, I would, if you had a pattern piece or you have it all laid out, then it is quite nice to be able to cut, because it all stays flat as well, which is quite nice. So as soon as you bring scissors into it, it lifts everything up.
Yeah,
straight
it is
lines
particularly
can be
good
quite
for things
hard.
like stretchy fabrics, isn't it?
Absolutely. So I am a rotary cutter person. Okay, so when we look at the instructions, so we don't need this now actually, I think that was the only bit that I hadn't cut out. So when you look out at the first page, there is, obviously you've got your picture on the front, and then you've got the ingredients. I like that.
I like that too.
And you've got your notes. So the key thing is your 1/4 inch seam allowance. All your measurements are listed vertically and then horizontally. So just a little read of that's useful. I haven't watched the tutorial, but I'm sure it's brilliant, useful to do. And then it's just a case of just seeing which pieces you want to use. So one at a time to go through what you need. So because I'm only doing the front bit, I've cut those bits already. So what we have is, I went for the pink for the top of the spool.
So that's your like soft baby pink, isn't it?
Yes, and just to remind me what we've got here. So when you've cut everything out, obviously there's most of that is cutting and which fabrics are which. So I would probably make a note which fabric is your A, B, C or D and just get yourself organised there. And then you've got making the spool ends, then making the body. So it does break it up, which is quite nice. So you've got your pieces here, step number 1, and you've got your picture alongside here as well. So you draw a diagonal line across the wrong side of all of the 4 large spool corner squares. So these are your little squares here. So one thing I haven't got is a ruler actually.
Oh, we've got rulers.
Do you have a ruler?
Yeah, we've got loads of rulers.
Thank you very much.
We've got gadgets and gizmos plenty.
Do you realise so many more rulers for quilting?
Yeah, there are. There are. We like our stuff.
I know. How many rulers do you own?
Well, I've got multiples of the same thing.
Yeah.
No surprises there. So I've probably got 3 or 4 of these 6-inch by 24-inch rulers. And I've got some big squares, some smaller squares, a couple of templates. That's probably it in terms of rulers. Stripology, of course, for cutting lots of strips.
Do you have the rulers where you put the...
Into the groove?
Into the groove.
Yes, that's the stripology. They are really good. Yeah.
Nice. Yes, it's very different with the dressmaking. You've got your one ruler and that does everything.
Your curve.
Yes. There we go.
So you're just drawing a diagonal line from corner to corner.
Point to point there.
Perfect.
And then we are good to go. Okay, so once you've done that, and so I'm going to read along. So say I haven't made the sample, so it's always different when you haven't made it. You are live doing it. I've read through it, obviously, but it's good to read what's being said so I can, if there's anything you need translating in that respect. But the nice thing is you've got the picture up here, so you do just need to jump up here. You place your one marked spool end corner on the right sides together. There isn't really much difference on the plain one, so I won't worry too much about those. But right sides together on the corner, and make sure your diagonals are going. So, sorry, you can see this little picture here.
Yeah.
Make sure your diagonals are going across because those are your guide to stitch on.
Got you. So we're sewing on the line.
So we place that on there. Are you a pinner then?
Oh yeah.
Pin lots?
Yes. I do really, yeah. I used to, for years I didn't. And I thought, oh no, I don't need to do this.
Oh,
I'm
really?
too cool for that. But then you realise that you end up putting the time in later because you have to unpick it and redo it, or it doesn't fit together nicely. And so pinning takes a little longer, but
it does,
you get better results.
The only, so I'm a huge pinner, huge pinner. But the only time I've seen in a factory, so when I was back years ago, we helped set up an apprenticeship in Wales for fashion textiles. So we got to go to lots of different factories that are still running. And there was one factory making corporate clothing, and they didn't use pins because you worry about them being in and the cost if there's a pin found in a garment.
Oh, okay.
The sewing culture and
Right.
the £20,000,
Oh,
I think,
gosh,
if you had it
okay.
in. So
Wow.
they used to sew these these corporate clothes, so you're talking suits without pins.
Wow.
And that just used to blow my mind.
I think a lot of like factory made clothes though, they're not pinned together, are they? They're just like held between 2 points and sewn at enormously high
it's all
speed.
piece sewing, yes, exactly. Let me just check if all those going the right way.
Yeah.
So then just to check on here, so once you've got them in each corner, you stitch along the lines.
Yep.
So we'll do that now.
So right on the lines.
Check where this is. Okay. So do your reverse as well as you normally would. Where are we? Okay.
Pins out before you get to them, love that.
Yeah. I used to sew through pins.
Did you?
I don't do anymore. I did for years and years and years. I know. And then a few times a pin would catch me. And I stopped then when a bit hit me in the white of my eye. I was like, that's it now. It didn't hurt, but you think, I need to stop doing this now.
Ooh.
But when you think how many times I used to...
My tummy just went...
I know. It's not worth the risk. Not worth the risk at all.
Oh no.
No, so I don't
Safety
condone
goggles.
it. I do. I have. It's not very glamorous when you are sewing, say, wedding dresses. It's not very glamorous when you are sewing with goggles, and then you've got a hammer to hammer out the beads and things as well. So I'll put my goggles on.
I remember seeing Lauren doing that on the final of the Sewing Bee first series, and she made a evening dress that had gold sequins.
I remember that.
Do you remember that?
I
And
do.
she was there with a hammer, bashing out all of the sequins from the seams.
And it doesn't always work.
No.
So I gave up, and I just used to just go and just expect to break needles.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's not the best. Unfortunately, there isn't an easy way to sew beaded fabric.
No. Not your first make.
No. And you get beads everywhere as well.
Yeah.
Okay, so once you've done that, it's just a case of ironing that.
Would you like me to do your pressing?
Oh, yes, please.
That's what I'm here for.
Oh,
I mean, it's not
thank
officially,
you very
but
much.
I like doing it, so let's do it.
I will work out which way we're going to put these. So you've got 4 different versions on the panels, so you can get 4 different ways. So I would advise you cutting them out and just laying them out to see which way you want them to go. So I'm going to break up. That's quite a similar size, so we'll just break it up in that respect. There's only one of these which goes the right way, so just bear that in mind for this one with the sewing machines.
Fair enough.
Keep that the right way up.
Yeah.
And then we'll do one at a time. So you're going to just join each panel with your 1.5 centimetre seam allowance.
Do you trim the fabrics away at the back of these, or you leave them on?
I can't remember. I can't remember seeing about trimming. Do you fold each? Large spool, press them open, trim the seam allowances to 1/4 inch.
Do you want me to trim those off for you?
Oh, fantastic.
Do a double hander.
Do a double show. Excellent. Right, so we'll stitch this one first.
Well, you're an encourager for dressmaking.
Yes.
I'm an encourager for patchwork and quilting.
Yes.
So, I'm seeing you as my challenge.
Oh, thanks. There's a lot to bags like this as well, isn't it? Especially with the inside, and you've got the wadding you can put in as well.
Yeah, that's right. We've
so
sold
much
out
to
of
a bag.
H640, by the way. So what you could put inside this bag. Have we got any H630? Have a look and see if we've got H630, because that would work perfectly well. You could use an iron-on interfacing. We've got in our form on the show, but personally I'm going to say that's too stiff. Really, you're welcome, no problem.
Lovely.
It's a bit too stiff for this bag.
So next thing then, once you've sewn that, I would advise pressing each seam open.
Okay, yep, no problem.
This is brilliant. I need you to come and press for me. And
oh yeah,
it's just in Wales. It won't take you long to get there.
No problem.
So I'll give you tea and scones.
Whereabouts in Wales are you?
I am in Swansea, just on the edge of the Gower, which is
beautiful.
just beautiful.
I taught a workshop on the Gower, and I had the pleasure of staying.
Oh, where did you stay? Can you remember?
It was right on the beach.
Where would that have been? Do you remember the name of the beach?
I don't. It was a little windy lane going down.
Langland? Did it have green huts?
No, the beach was really like almost private. It was little and it was gorgeous.
Oh, you need to tell me
and
where that
I
was.
stayed, they had a walled garden and they had a gate in the bottom of the wall that they opened and you literally stepped onto the beach.
Was this a private workshop?
Oh, no, this was the house where I was staying.
Oh, just the house where you stayed? Oh,
yeah, but
nice.
they came on the workshop and it was absolutely amazing. The workshop was at like a community centre or something like that.
Really?
And yeah, it was
We
gorgeous.
do have lovely beaches, we really do. It's been lovely in this recent weather as well, just having sunshine and beaches. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I'm not used to this.
Oh no, well, H630 we've got. Fantastic. Now H630, if you haven't used it before, is like H640, it's a fusible, like polyester fleece almost, but it's a little lighter, a little thinner than H640, only a little bit.
Thank you very much. Where are we this way round?
So just keep layering your strips together.
Yeah. And the smaller one, you've got 3 pieces rather than 4. That's the only difference. So you're just doing your 3 mini ones. And I would just prep them all the same, so you're just doing a couple of rows at one time.
Perfect.
You've got...
Ace. Love it. It's a cute bag. Now, just a quick stock check. This blue version that I've got here, have we sold out of this? Yeah, so half the stock's gone, the other half is in baskets. So check out your baskets and that will all be completely sold out, that one.
There we go.
And then press that one as well.
I'm hoping, have I done in the right seam allowance? Oh, that's 1/4 inch, yeah. They look smaller than that piece.
Yeah.
They do, don't they?
Yeah.
It's definitely 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Yeah, that is a bigger seam allowance than 1/4
I've
inch.
done a 1.5, I've done a dressmaking one. Oh.
Should we unpick?
I think we should. Hang on.
I'll go and get an unpicker.
I have.
Have you got
I thought
one?
that doesn't look right then, 1/4 inch. See, I'm used to your...
If you put the sewing machine, if you put it onto 0.6.
Yeah. Oh,
that's now set it. So now if you line it up with the edge of the foot.
Oh, I've done much bigger. That's what happens when you don't actually make the sample.
It's a good learning curve though, because a good, accurate seam allowance 100%. Is so fundamental.
But also it's that thing of looking, going, well, that doesn't look right.
There's that too, isn't there?
I'll show you my little trick I'm doing as well. I'm a bit of a treat with unpicking.
Do you slide it
just
along?
Go, yeah.
You show us yours.
So I will...
I've shown you mine, you show me yours.
Let's get that top bit. As long as you don't rip your fabric, obviously.
There is that.
Yeah, we're just...
Ooh.
This is my very... It's not probably very good for your fabric, but as long as
our
it isn't...
fabrics are very firmly woven,
so you're all good. So I will re-sew these.
That's it, and then...
But that's useful on the machine because, as I said, my machine is really simple. So I've got my foot where you've got your 1 centimetre, your 1.5. And this is my fault because I was signing books and not checking the seam allowance. So I'm sorry about that, folks.
This is the life of an author.
I know, I've still got another 5 boxes to go. So
oh, gosh. But, at the end of it all, there's a glass of champagne and a shoulder massage from our qualified therapist. So
are you really?
I am actually.
No, thank you very much.
That isn't what I meant to say. But,
oh, well, you're not going to my shoulder massage.
I've just thrown you. Yeah, no, I did. I
did you?
Yes, I did work as a massage therapist, and then I spent a couple of years teaching in college, training other therapists.
Really?
Yeah, I did. And I loved it. I loved my adult learners.
I always think just going on a course where you can learn to do massage. Do you just get everyone practicing on you?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that just sounds like heaven.
You do. I mean, it's lovely while you're training. Well, while you're training, of course, the students massage each other.
Yeah.
So you always get a massage every day, which is rather nice. Do you want me to press that
I'll just rip this
for you?
Now. Oh, go on then.
You might have a bit of thread just to pull out of that.
Marvellous.
But then the problem is that once you're qualified, all of that loveliness stops, and you're just
and you never
working.
have time to probably massage yourself. It's always the same, isn't it? Like hairdressers don't do their own hair.
No, this is
I never.
true.
Well, I only make clothes when I'm coming on television. That's it. I'm so jealous of everybody making these gorgeous clothes all of the time. I just need some time to do it myself.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I remember my husband was absolutely over the moon when I said I was going to train as a massage therapist, because he'd got it all worked out. He was going to have a weekly full body massage. It was going to save him a fortune. It was going to be wonderful. And I don't think I've given him a massage in about 15 years.
Apparently, the Romans used to have massages, was it every day, like cleaning your teeth?
Gosh.
Because, you know, for your keeping your body working and going, I think that would be good, wouldn't it?
Amazing. I'll do that
very
for you.
That looks better, doesn't it?
Much,
There we go.
We always, when we're in China, we always go for traditional Chinese massage as well, which is brutal, but
and they're so little, yet they go in.
I mean, it is unbelievably powerful massage, but so gorgeous, especially when it's over.
Thank you.
I remember having one once, and I thought the therapist had dislocated both my hips. It's like, I'm sure my bones aren't meant to bend that way. But then at the end, I don't know whether it's just relief that it's all over, but you feel amazing.
I learned a lesson. Don't tell a massage therapist if you go to a nice, like a spa day, that you like a nice firm massage, because she beat me up. She just absolutely battered me.
No, as a male therapist, I always seem to get the men to massage, who typically need much firmer massage.
Yeah.
So yeah, you have to build your muscles up. Right.
There we go. So
that looks business.
That looks better.
Fabulous. I will press that last bit for you.
Because it needs to all match, obviously. I mean, I did that obviously on purpose, just to show you all that you need to be really accurate with the seam allowances, because these pieces that have been pre-cut need to match them exactly. So if at any point you're looking like, oh, that's not right, then that's when you need to go back to the drawing board. So you can see that this now
fits perfectly.
Happy day. So lesson
Perfect
2
seam
all. It
allowance.
was all planned, obviously. So just to check on here, so you've got you're repeating that for each step. And then you've got your step 3, which is making the spool body. So once you've got those 4 pieces together, you then have your large spool side. So there's a lot of kind of words that are in bold, so at least you can see what you need, and it does match up to everything you've cut.
Cool.
So you stitch your large spool body onto your strips, okay? So we're going to do that, and your picture is little piece number 4 here.
So one either side.
So we're going to place one there, and it should be the same seam allowance unless anything.
Yeah, always
I
a
don't
quarter
think
of
it
an
changes in
inch.
this. I think it's the same all the way through. So we'll do that one, and we'll pin this as well. So what's your favourite piece to make then? Is it a big quilt or a small?
Oh gosh.
I was interested in quilts.
I think probably, if I've got time, then a big, intricate quilt with lots of piecing I absolutely love. I love scrap quilts.
That's a nice way to use up your scraps.
Yeah. So those quilts that have got hundreds of different fabrics in them.
Wow. What do you do with them at the end? Do you make them for somebody?
Well, I make them for us at home.
Yeah.
I mean, often they're for books or magazines or TV or whatever. But any that we keep, we use, absolutely use. We use them up and wear them out.
Yeah.
Beds, sofas, armchairs, in the garden, in the car, you name it.
Yeah.
And then sometimes the quilts that we have, I give away.
Yeah.
And then sometimes I sell them as well. I sometimes sell quilts. I'll only ever sell a finished quilt. So nobody could come to me and say, will you make me a blue quilt?
Don't take commissions.
Because your idea of a blue quilt, my idea of a blue quilt are totally different. But if you come along and say, I would love a blue quilt, I can say, well, I've got these.
Yes.
And you can have a look through them. And if you want to buy one of them, you
very
can,
much.
but you know what you're getting.
Good idea.
You know. Charlie, you can buy one of my quilts for sure. You can buy one too. Yeah.
I love that.
That was easy. Isn't it amazing? Sold out, I'm afraid.
Is it? Oh.
Yeah, missed your chance there.
Can I buy the finished one?
You can't. Yeah. Unfortunately, that one isn't for sale. That one is.
I do like those.
Thank you. There we go.
I'm
So
not used to all this. You're doing all the ironing as well.
Oh, that's all right.
Oh, this is great.
Oh, well, a friend of mine, when she was pregnant, I did all her ironing.
Did you?
Yeah, for most of her pregnancy, I think.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay,
it was really fun because I had never ironed women's clothes before.
Oh, and it was fun?
It was really fun because it was different.
Yeah.
So I got pleated skirts and floaty blouses and all sorts.
Yeah.
You know.
Because shirts are... Oh,
shirts and jeans and trousers, that's all I iron.
No. Something to bear in mind, when you're cutting these pieces out, you want these to be the same colour, obviously, because that makes your spool. So your little corner pieces need to match the pieces on here. So just bear that in mind when you're doing it. So now we're going to position these on top like this. Okay, so we'll
and again, those should match up at either end as well. They should be the perfect shape and size.
Yeah. There we go.
Well, there's lots of crossover between what we both do because, like, the way you're pinning at either end first of all and matching it, and then the centres.
100%. And I would even, I'm not as familiar, it's like I know my centimetre without even having to check, but I would normally peel this back and just check that where your seam allowance is going to be accurate. We'll have to wing this one because I'm not, because it's smaller, you're hoping that you've done it all accurately, but on a dress there's a bit more room because it's a bigger seam allowance to be able to kind of really line those seams up.
Yeah. Bit of manipulation.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose the thing is, if your seam allowance is accurate and your cutting's accurate, then if you just keep doing what you're doing, everything should line up.
It should line up, exactly.
You know, if you're having to sort of fidget and finagle, then it's a sign that somewhere along the line you're doing something a bit wrong.
And it is, isn't it? It's the same with, I think, anything with sewing then, is if you do everything as accurately as you can, it makes your life easier.
Yeah.
And I say, I do this all in dressmaking, it's always pin the ends, then work it in, because your fabric moves, your fabric does things, but if your pattern matches, then you know your fabric should, so
for sure
it will work its way back in. So now we'll go all the way from the top down.
Do you do any other crafts, Helen? Do you knit or crochet or?
I do like embroidery, cross stitch. Cross stitch is my calming thing. It's my evening thing to keep me awake to watch a series because I can't, if I lay on the sofa, I'm fast asleep.
Yes.
And I just really like, because it's so simple for you to just sit and keep your hands busy, hands and mind busy. I learned how to crochet in lockdown.
Oh, did you?
I think with everybody else. And I was determined to do I bought some kits before I had my son, and he was diagnosed with a heart condition at 20 weeks. So he's great. He's doing amazing.
Great.
But we had to go up to Bristol to give birth because he had surgery in Bristol. So I went with my mum for, about 3 weeks, I think, before he was born, and we just crafted and we did all the things without a sewing machine, which I never get to do normally because I'm always on the machine.
Yeah.
And it definitely changed me I was so calm before, obviously, him being born, because we spent 3 weeks in our pyjamas just crafting. And it was amazing. But I bought a crochet kit and I thought, I can do everything else. I did macrame and then looked at the crochet instructions and thought, I don't understand anything.
No, jargon again. We were talking about this earlier, weren't we?
And so I did watch YouTube, but I was going between British and American, didn't know what I was doing, and eventually mastered the, I think, like a couple of basics, and then I did that rainbow in the window, I think, like everyone did.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, right, I am done. And then a friend bought me I can never say amigurumi.
Amigurumi,
Kit of a giraffe, and said, well, you're enjoying crochet so much, here's a kit. So I was like, well, I've got to make it. And I did, and that changed it then. I love it. But
I'd love to be able to do crochet, I just can't get it. I can do the basics.
Can you knit?
I can knit,
I
knit.
I'd like to actually make clothes that like jumpers that are long enough and fit. So it's on my to-do list, but there's quite a
I
few
tell
things
you
on
what,
the to-do list.
just a minute, can we get, look at this boy. There's somebody who doesn't do patchwork.
As soon as I messed the first bit up on purpose.
Look at those, right,
Stuart, thanks.
2 out of 4 wouldn't be bad, but you've actually done 4 out of 4. They are perfection.
Only because you told me the setting on the foot.
Well, I'll take a little bit of credit.
Yeah, okay. Phew.
So we've got a spool.
Okay.
I think you should make quilts from now on.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I'll ever finish them. I think they'd always be work in progress.
Well, you say finish, I say just enjoy the process.
Well, cross stitch I started when I was 17 and it took me 20 years to finish something for my mum.
Love it.
So yeah, that's why I've never taken quilting on.
No, you're not the only one like that though. I mean, I know lots of people, I'm one of them too, who's made, I don't know, a baby quilt and given it to the child for their graduation. So,
yes,
you
absolutely.
know.
I'm just checking which way round. So that goes on first because then
those are longer.
fits them. So we're just going to pop those on.
So these are like the borders, top and bottom first.
It's so satisfying though, isn't it, when it all comes together like this?
Well, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, I was a knitter for many, many years, right through my childhood, you know, and teenage years, early adulthood.
Yeah.
And then I started sewing with a sewing machine when I was in my early 20s, kind of 21, 22. And for somebody who'd spent, you know, would spend a week knitting a sweater, say, or a fortnight knitting a sweater, and then suddenly I was making things that were finished in an afternoon or in a day.
Quicker, don't you,
and you think, well, you know, just where you're sewing them instead of knitting them, it's so much faster as a process. So,
but
you
the
know.
calmness of knitting, did you enjoy the...
Oh, I still do.
I really do need to knit. I really do need to learn.
I knit a lot of socks.
Do you?
Yeah, socks are my thing, really. And I design sock yarn.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. And I'm really into actually using it to make shawls and scarves at the moment, which is really nice. But yeah, I just love that kind of soothing, just relaxing, and it's very mindful, isn't it?
We visited, do you know Corgi down in
I've heard
Wales?
of Corgi.
So they've got, I think, the Royal Warrant, and we had apprentices in there. And it was fascinating watching like the really old equipment. So, you know, you know, they're still working with the equipment that is traditional.
What's that, knitting?
Knitting, so the socks. Yeah, so they're the sock
the old
makers.
Sock mills, yeah, amazing.
They're still going really strong as well.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a friend who bought a vintage sock knitting machine. It's all like metal, it's incredible. You just turn a handle.
It's got all the spools and it just comes out the bottom, doesn't it?
It's
fascinating. Where are we?
But I just love the process of sitting hand knitting socks. And I always do it when I'm travelling, like if I'm on a train. If you ever see me on a train, I'll be hand knitting socks.
Well, that's what I think. When I learnt to do crochet and obviously enjoying the cross stitch, it just made me think I've wasted so many years of sitting on trains. I could have done so many things and just not being bored on when you're travelling.
Well, the other, I think, almost better than knitting the socks is that without fail, people talk to me when I'm knitting on a train, and I've met the most interesting people on train journeys. I mean, wild.
Really?
Yeah, people I'd never have spoken to who so interesting and have got such stories to tell. And it's enough to break the ice, because people always say, what are you making? Or are you doing...
start the conversation.
Yeah. What are you doing? A man knitting.
Love it.
Do you know, I rarely get that. Yeah.
It's more accepted now, I think, for men. And I think the well-being side of things, isn't it? It's as well that for anyone to be doing any kind of crafting.
Oh yeah.
It's good. It's good for the soul.
Yeah. Oh gosh, it really is.
Yeah. So I think, from myself doing, I obviously dressmake, but to actually switch off it's actually the cross stitch and the crochet and those kind of things. But I know when I'm stressed and I think I need to cross stitch just to calm.
You just know what you need to do. It's lovely. For my mum, it's gardening.
Oh, we're trying. We're not very good at that.
Oh, I'll send my mum round.
Oh, yes, please.
Yes, no problem.
Big garden.
We'll pack her a weekend bag and send her down on the train.
Brilliant. I won't tell her
I'm really joking,
what we need
Mum,
done.
don't worry. Should we pack in a bag now?
Yeah. No, we're trying. I did buy a plant that apparently was unkillable, and it did die. But apparently we've had a very harsh winter. But we have had a harsh winter, and the other one's thriving, so it's all good. It's all good.
But it's a process, isn't it? It's, you know, none of us should get too hung up on everything that we're doing right this minute. Some things just take time.
We've got sunflowers that we've grown, which are just so lovely to see.
Oh, sunflowers are beautiful.
Love it.
We grew sunflowers the year before last because friends of ours germinated loads of seeds and they've got loads of spares, and they said, do you want these young plants? And we just planted them out. Oh my goodness me, they were just glorious.
It's really satisfying.
And the nicest ones, we had ones called, now were they called Leo or Lionhead or something like that, but they were almost like chrysanthemums, like pom-pom heads.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, dwarf sunflowers, amazing.
Wow.
They were great. So just sewing those long seams now.
Yep, and
down
this
the
is
sides.
your spool, yeah.
And that's the whole spool.
That is the whole front, and I think on the mini ones, let's just recap how much you do. I think you do your mini spools, maybe that's why. You create the actual spools themselves, which are a little, you still have the corner bits, I think, and then you've got the 3 panels, and you make your 3 spools, and then you've got 2 parts to it. So you just put your single spool on top and join your sides, and then you add a middle bit to the 2 at the bottom, and then you've got the side bits like we've just done there as well.
Easy,
so it's quite nice and straightforward.
Perfect.
And what it said, I can't remember where it says on it that if you want to add the thicker layer, I think. Where was
your
it?
H630 we've got.
I can't remember where it says. It says somewhere, obviously it's optional. If you want to add a little padding and structure to your bag, then you need to do so at this stage. So once you've created these and you create your pockets as well, so you've got your front, you've got your back, you've got both side panel pockets, and see how much time we've got to put those together as well. But that's when they say you can place that onto here. So we'll get this out.
That's really pretty.
It's lovely, isn't it?
I love that.
Really effective when it's done.
It's really effective. Are we going to do a bit of quilting, Helen?
Oh gosh, no. What would you do? What would you do?
We'll get your walking foot.
Oh, I have got a walking foot. Only when I came on sewing quarters.
Yeah. Let's do it. Come on, let's do it.
How long have we got left?
Come on, you've taught me loads of dressmaking.
You tell me what you would do now.
Let's do a little bit of this. So, put your batting down with the gluey side up.
Gluey side up.
Yeah.
Oh, I like this now. It's nice to learn something new, isn't it?
And so we'll put this on top.
Yeah.
And what you want to make sure, if you're going to quilt on your machine, you want about 1 inch extra all the way around. Okay, smooth it out really nicely so that everything's nice and flat.
Beautiful ironing, by the way.
Thank you, thank you. And then what you do is you iron this in place. So,
lovely.
So this is just like, you know, when you're adding interfacing and it's just that continuous heat to fuse.
Yeah. I hadn't really discovered all of this until when I started doing sewing quarter. I was obviously given all different projects and bags, and I loved it because it made me sew things I wasn't normally sewing.
Yeah, for sure.
And it was fun, but there's a lot of work goes into bags and all the insides, and it just opened my eyes up to how many interfacing types there are. And
oh, absolutely.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
But we love it, and you know, you can still make a bag in a day, can't you?
Yeah.
And it's a lovely finished project, and it's something you'll use and love.
It's just the prep, isn't it? Get the prep done right, and then the sewing is really quick then.
And I love the fact that it doesn't have to fit.
Yes.
I mean, I know you can make clothes that fit.
Yeah.
But, you know, you never have to worry about whether you're going to, you know, it's going to suit you or whether it's going to fit you.
Exactly.
Right, that'll be adhered enough. So what we're going to do now is just, do you want to use these scissors or do you want to use different scissors just to cut?
No, those are good.
These are all right?
Yeah.
So if I cut this out. So, Michael, could we have the walking foot for the 680, please?
This is exciting.
It's there, wonderful, thank you. And the screwdriver as well. I'm just going to make sure those corners, that's the one, thank you. Hey, do you know he's
done.
learning? Michael, our
then.
floor manager, watched the 1st and the 8th series
Did
of the Great
you?
British Sewing
Thank
Bee.
you.
It's practically a dressmaker now.
Because they went off the BBC, then they came back on because people got very upset, didn't they? Because I started watching the early ones again, and it was really nice to see them.
Yes, there was a fallow period, shall we say, when Sewing Bee was not made. And it wasn't going to be, a couple of years. And it wasn't recommissioned by the BBC.
No, but the ones on iPlayer recently, they were all the series were on iPlayer, and then they were taken off.
Yes.
And you could only get them on Netflix, but now they're all back on.
They are all back on. Yeah, it's really good. Well, they weren't on iPlayer for years and years.
No, it's
and the
such a
only place you
shame.
could find them was people would occasionally sort of illegally put them on YouTube.
Yeah.
And then everyone would watch them, and then they would get taken down.
Yeah.
But
Do you have you watched yourself back?
Yeah, I mean the thing was we didn't get to see any of what had been filmed until it actually came out on TV. So I remember watching the first programme like we used to watch Doctor Who when we were kids, from like behind a cushion peeping over because I thought, oh, what's it going to be like?
Yeah.
But then they were lovely in the way they cut it and edited it. It was very reflective.
Just everyone's very positive. And it's a lovely
beautiful.
vibe.
So I suppose what I would do quilting wise, Helen, on this is I'd use a walking foot and quilt around the outside of the spool. And then I would also, now you could either just quilt straight lines across, or what might be nice is almost like the thread going down, so have it kind of, you know,
oh, I see.
you could almost, do you know what I mean, go diagonally from side to side just to give a bit of texture, but definitely go around it. Now you could either go close to the seam lines.
So do you go in the ditch or do you top stitch?
Well, now the thing is, technically in quilting, in the ditch, you see here on this bit where you've got the seam allowance here and no seam allowance here, in the ditch in quilting is on this side.
Oh, I see.
So it's not in that space between those nether regions, that no man's land between, but it's just slightly inside. And what a lot of people do is drive themselves crazy trying to get it literally on that line.
But it's just to the side
Just
of it.
to the side of it, which of course is much easier to do.
Yeah.
So either of those, please.
Fabulous. Needle in the what setting?
Now,
this
so
back on
centre
naught
needle
on it.
So yeah, and then I would go a longer stitch, maybe 3.5.
That's useful.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then
Here we go. Let's start on the top here. Do you start on the top? So, because I always think, do you start from the centre and work out, or hoping it's all fused?
Traditionally, it's always said start from the centre and work outwards, but actually on smaller things you find, even on bigger things, if they're properly fused together, you can start where.
Hang on, I've done that wrong. You need to check the walking
I'll just
foot.
check. I'll just check that every. Oh, I'll tell you what it is. The walking foot's not on
put
properly.
that above.
Screwdriver.
Thank you. All the lessons
you put some
now,
strength
see?
behind that, didn't you?
Oh, I missed that rogue bit, didn't I?
There
That
we
went
go.
below.
So that goes up there. Let me just.
That's better.
Right, let's just check. That's all good. Right.
It's like with the zipper foot, you know, when if you forget to pull that little bit down.
For sure.
For the buttonhole,
for buttonholes, yeah.
Another tip, I'm doing all this on purpose, obviously.
I only know the answers because I made all the mistakes. So many times as well. Awesome. There we go.
See, I need glasses. When I sew, I am so close, but it doesn't look great on TV if I'm in my machine.
Oh, I'm a bit like that these days too. I'm always peering over the top of glasses or, you know.
Oh, I think I'm getting to the age now where I'm at the point going, I think I need some at some point. I've always liked the idea of wearing glasses though.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, so you can peer over the top and look sternly at people.
Yeah, I think they just look cool on people.
Some people look ace in their glasses, don't they? I mean, like Janet Clare was one of our lovely designers. We were talking about it the other day, and sometimes it just becomes synonymous with who you are.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, Janet always wears glasses, but I think if I saw her without, I would walk past her almost.
Yeah, it's part of your identity. That was one of the very first things I ever sewed. I wore glasses when I was little. And I had these big chunky brown thick glasses.
Cool.
I know, I was so
Yeah.
geek chic. And I think in school we'd made a recorder case and we learned how to do blanket stitch.
Yeah.
And I went home and I made myself a glasses case out of felt using
that.
blanket stitch. And
Love
and it's one of those things, it shows when that very first time when I learned something in school, so much so I went home and did it myself.
Yeah.
And it's that thing, isn't it, when, you know, when you're little and if you like something like that and you just nurture it.
Yes.
It's a natural
You
thing.
never know which skills when you're passing them on, which are going to be life-changing,
No, and they don't do
life-enhancing.
enough in the schools at all with sewing, and it depends if you've got a good teacher.
It's so hard, isn't it? There's so much pressure on schools and on
Yeah.
kids these days.
Yeah.
But we're here for you. You can learn. We can learn together as children, as adults, as older adults, young adults.
That's the great thing with
Never
the
too
sewing
old to
bee.
learn.
It just gets people sewing, talking about it, all ages, all types of people.
Even the controversy. While you're in the ditch quilting there, can I
Yeah.
ask you, what do you
Yes.
think of this year's sewing bee?
I'm loving it. I missed it last night because
Okay, me too.
I was driving, so I'm looking forward to watching it back. It's quite different this year, isn't it? They've gone for quite different. Just mixing it up with the whole art thing, and
Yes.
it's very much like university type. Some of the things are getting them to create things out of art.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not as traditional, but it's still interesting.
No, when I
I'm
think back to
enjoying,
series
yeah.
1, where it was very sort of, you know, how to make an A-line skirt and how to put
very
in darts.
technical. I remember that very first one because it was really critical.
Oh, I
That's why I
remember.
always say they're very critical. And seeing as to go on the show, you can't be professional.
Right.
You're not allowed to go on if you're professional.
No.
There's certain rules. So the people, you're a hobby sewer, and I don't think they give them enough credit for the fact that they're not professional. They almost mark them like professionals.
It's true.
And
Yeah.
that's my only. It's not a negative, but I think people forget that they're not professionals.
Yes.
And they're quite harsh, I think, sometimes.
Yeah, they are. It's almost like they're design students who are doing a competition to earn a place on Patrick's staff or something.
Exactly, because it's like this now. I'm not a quilter, so if I went on there and they gave a quilting project, well, I wouldn't be as good as the person next to you, but I can dressmake. So I think it's interesting. And I just think it's really healthy to have it on television and people seeing. It's quite late though, but obviously it's still that kind of nice programme where children
it's
can
later
watch
than it used to be, 9 o'clock on BBC One, whereas it was 8 o'clock on BBC Two when I did it. Yeah, because it was more intellectual, you see.
Yes.
It was on BBC Two. It was almost University Challenge, wasn't it?
Almost. It hasn't changed you though, has it? No, it's still very cool and calm.
Oh, it hasn't changed.
It's
no.
lovely.
I mean, it was the most amazing, life-changing experience to go on the show. You know, it was.
You don't regret it?
Oh gosh, no! I'd do it all again in a heartbeat. But that's gorgeous. Let's see. Look, you've done
don't
quilting
look closely
and everything.
At that bit there. We'll just go off there because I couldn't see.
Are you kidding? That's gorgeous.
It is nice with that effect, isn't it?
Really good. Really good, and it really just makes the whole thing pop, and it defines it. That's plenty
I think
of
that's
quilting.
really nice to do, and for the smaller bits as well.
Yeah, if you didn't want to do any more, but you could add extra embellishments if you wanted.
Because that's not suggested in here, is it?
No.
No. So there we
No,
go.
just add a little bit of quilting. We love that. Helen, thank you so much.
Thank you for teaching me.
Well, it's been a pleasure to do a little bit together. I've learned a lot from you as well today. Thank you. Okay, so that is our Amber Makes Store It Tote. Check out your instructions, $9.99 for those, details on screen. Remember, we've got all the kits. We've got the blue, we've got the crochet inspired and the pink. You could also got panels on their own if you want to get those as well. Helen, do you know when you're back?
When the book's back, hopefully.
Okay,
we'll
hopefully
get a date.
end of August, beginning of September.
We'll let you
Look
know.
forward to seeing you again. Thanks for a great morning.
Thank
All
you.
right, we're going to go to a break. Last hour, it's all about bag making and bag making kits and findings. So stick around and I'll see you after this.
What I really like about coming to the Festival of Quilts is a chance to see what people are making and really share my own enthusiasm for the quilting world.
People come from all over the world and all over the UK to visit. There's quite a wide variety of traders. I mean, from sewing machines down to sewing needles.
Loads of fun, lots of choice.
The quilts at the show today have been very inspiring because they've been done by lots of different people. They've got different techniques, different colour combinations.
Oh, it's the biggest thrill when you're chosen and you get a first prize.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hello. Hello. Now, I just wanted to start here because, don't know if you've heard, but tomorrow I'm launching my latest fabric collection and it's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg and it's hanging here behind me. This is a garden maze quilt that Deputy Joan and I made together to feature the range. Just tell you a little bit about it. Essentially, this was inspired by, I spend a lot of time down on the farm, out in the fresh air, and I'm very lucky. It's just beautiful and just calm and centered and gentle. And I love that. And I love spending time in my kitchen, baking, or in the garden, and just doing lovely, gentle, mindful things. And I wanted to create a fabric range that reflected that, just calmness, gentleness. So soft colours, the sort of florals, but also the checks and the stripes, the plaids that I associate with the country, and also the florals as well, and the chickens, of course. There are chickens. Did you spot those? There's a couple of prints with chickens and eggs. In actual fact, there are eggs in there as well. These aren't spots, these are little chicken eggs. So, and lovely for quilts, but also you can see here, my lovely friend Bernadette made some gorgeous pinafore dresses. These would work in any of the prints. So sweet. Got a little pair of dungarees to show you tomorrow. I've got a little zippy bag right here, which again, just really simply made. There are the chickens and the eggs on the ends, little stripe in the middle, and that lovely floral. And then this right here is essential messenger bag that I made actually down in Surrey for a workshop recently. And this features one of the plaids on the front. I've cut it on the bias, on the diagonal, for the sides and the base. And then I've used one of the florals for the pocket and the front flap, and one of the woven, it's like, this is actually an egg as well, but woven. So this is all going to launch tomorrow at 9 o'clock. And I'll be here with John, and I'm really excited. We'll have lots of pre-cuts, metre packs and half metres, fat quarters, and also strip rolls and charm packs as well. So it's going to be a fun morning tomorrow. I've also got a lovely William Morris quilt kit to share with you a bit later on in the day. So, there's lots to join us for tomorrow. But anyway, got 1 hour left today, and it's all about bag making. So let me just grab some things. Now, before I start talking bag making, we've got pattern paper, and I want to just emphasize how amazingly versatile and worth buying this pattern paper is. Very often when we get it in stock, it sells out in the same day. We have got a bit of this left, but not a lot. I'm going to just open this out for a second. Oh, Michael, you've done a great job of taping this shut. I'll get in there. No, you're all right. I can tear my way through. This is brute strength now I'm demonstrating here. Taking me about 10 minutes to get through a piece of tissue paper. But there we are. Oh, it's like when the cling film goes funny at the end, isn't it? And you end up taking about 10 metres off just to get it all straight again. I'm in. Right, okay, don't do it again. Right, so this paper is 1 metre wide, and you get 10 metres on the roll. Now, we're going to use this. For example, Helen was showing us earlier on how to draft pattern pieces for dressmaking, okay? So really important, if you've bought Helen's book either today or when she launched it on the 16th, you need at least a roll of paper, if not 2. It is so useful and so affordable as well. It's £8.99 for a 10 metre roll. Now, if you've ever bought a dressmaking book that has like 20 patterns in the back, you'll already know, although they're on full-size pattern paper, they overlap, so you need to trace them off. This is ideal for that. You can't cut them out. You have to trace them off. This is the tissue paper that you need for that. Now, if you buy commercial dressmaking patterns, either indie or any of the big 4, my tip would be never cut out the original pattern of those either, because your size might change. you might cut out the and then it doesn't actually fit you and you need the size above or below. Well, you've already messed your pattern up. But also I make a lot of my patterns I make them for me, I make them for Charlie, and we're 2 different sizes. So I always trace off those pattern pieces. Same with things like bags. It might be a bag flap, it might be a strap, it might be a particular shaped piece on a bag. Your tissue paper's ideal. Now, if you're a quilter, then you absolutely need to get yourself a roll of this, because this is what I do. So when I'm going to quilt a quilt, if for example I'm going to quilt a 12-inch block, I will draw that 12-inch block out. Okay. I'll draw that 12-inch block out, just like this, as accurately as I can, as accurately as I've pieced it. Okay, so for example, it might be a 9 patch that I've created. Okay, 4-inch. I'm going to wish I'd drawn this out before the show now, aren't I? Anyway, you'll get the idea. So you draw out your quilt block. Okay. So once you've drawn out your quilt block, and this is a simple 9 patch, but I'm like, well, I don't know how I'm going to quilt it. How am I going to quilt this? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw this, and then I'm going to try out some different designs. So I'm going to use this like as a preview paper. Okay, so for example, I might say, well, for example, it would be quite nice just to cross hatch the whole thing. Okay, so that's one particular idea. Okay, so I'm trying out different ideas. And I think, well, that's a little bit dull. Perhaps I could do something a little bit more exciting than that. What about instead if I quilted like curved lines through the corners? So this might be, for example, and then I might do something like find the midpoint, and I might quilt down and up and down and up. So I'm doing this. So I'm just trying out different quilting ideas. Okay, so now I've got almost like a flower or a 4-leaf clover on my block, but I've still got this centre is a little bit sort of nothingy. So maybe if I join these up, and now I've got my quilting pattern. Okay, and I might even, so I've got my grid lines, I might even think, well, actually I could put a loop the loop. I've done that right? Wait a minute. No, I've done that wrong, sorry. You see, this is another reason why we do it on preview paper, because sometimes you think you know what you're doing, and then you realise you don't actually. Right, so there we go. So now I've got a full pattern, and then I can decide, okay, now how do I quilt it? Because I want to quilt this in a continuous line. So where do I start in order to be able, or do I need to backtrack anywhere in order to be able to quilt this in a continuous line? Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But it just takes you away from, I've got a 9 patch and I'm just going to cross hatch it, just by having it in front of you. Now, another way you can use this paper for quilting to help you be a better quilter is to say, okay, so I want to do vermicelli. I want to do a meander quilt pattern. On my quilt, I need to practice quilting that quilting, drawing out that quilting. So what I'm going to do then is I'm going to draw it out at scale on paper. Because if you can do this, okay, on paper, you've got a fighting chance of being able to do this with a quilt under the needle on your machine. Trust me when I say there is nothing about sitting with your quilt under a needle that's going to help you practice like doodling on paper can. You know, you've got the stress of, I've spent all this time, all this money making this quilt top. What if I mess it up? Your shoulders get tense, you get tense, everything's a bit awkward. Whereas this is 90p a metre. It's the best 90p you'll spend practicing. So instead what we're going to do is at scale, we are going to practice doing our vermicelli pattern. And we're going to, here I'm working in a row. Do I want to come back the same way? Fine, I can do that. Maybe I'm going to just start my row again. Maybe I would find that easier. Maybe you would. Yeah? So now I'm getting that vermicelli pattern at the scale I want to do it at. The problem is a lot of us know that we need to doodle, but we've got a notebook, an A5 notebook, and we sit there and we do this. And we go, okay, I've got that, I've got the pattern now, right, onto my machine. But you're not quilting that, you want to quilt that. And this movement is not the same as this. So you've got to practice at the scale you're going to work at. Another thing you can do with your pattern paper is to put in guidelines if you need to help you. So what do I mean? Let me just tear a bit of paper off. See, that's brute strength. Okay, so for example, I might say, okay, look, here's my border. My border is 6 inches wide, okay? And I'm going to put in, as a guideline, I'm going to put in 3-inch wide lines. So I don't like marking quilts, but sometimes you have to. But 99 times out of 100, I'm going to do whatever I can to mark as minimally as I can. So I am not going to be quilting straight vertical lines on this border. Okay, I want to quilt a heart border. Okay, so in other words, like just to show you roughly what I'm going to do, I want a heart here, yeah, a heart here, and then an upside down heart. So a right way up heart and an upside down heart. And by having the edges of my border and these guidelines, okay, it's going to allow me to do that. So use your hand, right? Practice before you even draw. Practice the line that you're going to quilt, okay? So again, right, so here we go. So now, and because I've got my guideline, I'm going to get, now what I actually want is for my lines almost to touch. So that first go, don't be surprised if it's not quite there. What you've got to do then is go back in. I quite like using different colours, but I've got a Hobson's choice today. Oh, wait a minute, I see more. Just a minute. Hopefully this one will work. Oh, that's better. Right. Okay. So this time I'm going to take that right out to the line. So they actually kiss and touch that line. Can you see? And now I've got it. Now once you've got that, and you might even really carefully draw that out, the next thing to do is to go back, and you can do it with your finger, you don't even have to do it with a pen, and you're going to trace that line with your finger. And then when you get to your quilt, and you're not just going to do this once, you're going to keep going. And even, dare I say, once you've got it really good going that way, there may be occasions where you need to come back on yourself. So you're going to come backwards. This feels totally different, but if you can train yourself to do this, you'll be able to quilt that design perfectly on your quilt border, just putting in lines. This paper is amazing. Right, could you draw a pattern on the paper and use a temporary spray to attach it to the quilt and sew through it? From Donna in Cheshire. Yes, you can. Used to be able, I don't know if you still can, but you used to be able to buy something called golden paper. And that was exactly the idea. You traced your design, you pinned it. You could use, possibly, you'd have to experiment, like a temporary adhesive. You might have that adhesive left on your fabric, you'd have to experiment. But the idea was you pinned it and then you sewed through the paper. Now obviously you do need to use a short enough stitch length that the paper will perforate, but not so tiny like you would foundation paper piecing. You can spritz this with water and you can soften it and pull it out. You could certainly do that. But really, if you practice drawing this design, you'll be able to quilt it with just those registration lines. This is awesome stuff. Get yourself a roll of it. Right, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's do some fabrics to start with. Yeah, where do you want to start? Ripstop? Real quick. The black's gone. We've got navy. We've got navy. Navy ripstop. Brilliant for bag making. Either your thin shopping bags, your foldable shopping bags, a la Alison Marion, yeah? Or you can use this to line things like your, like a beach bag. Or sports bag, so that when you put wet or sweaty clothes inside the bag, you can just give it a bit of a wipe out. Aren't I horrible? Oh, just give it a wipe out, it'll be fine. Oh, spray it with some Lynx, it'll be fine. You can wash it, you can wash it. Half the stock's gone. It's very, very affordable too, £1.99 for half a metre. Half a metre is enough to line or to make a whole bag out of. That's incredible value. I'd add in some ripstop, whatever you've bought today. Get yourself some ripstop, make yourself a few little bags with it. It's really good stuff. Really good stuff. Very easy to sew. You don't need a special needle. Regular needle's fine. Cream. Cream. Yeah, it's getting limited though. Loads of you have been checking this out on the sly. While I was there a-doodling, you were checking out your baskets. Very well done. Very well done. This is wide as well. Have I got a tape measure here? No, it's over the other side. I'll measure this in a second. This is about, I think it's probably, thank you, 60 inches wide. 60 inches wide, so it's really wide. It's so cheap, isn't it? £1.99 for half a metre. Half the stock's gone of that already. Over half the stock of the black, over half of the navy. The black's sold out. We've just got navy and ivory now. Really good thing to buy, actually. It's great to have in your stash. Should we do a bit of PU? Right, we've sold out of gold PU, but this pink metallic, we've got 3 units left, 1.5 metres. Very, very busy at the moment. Lots of you going for a bit of bag making. This is 56 inches wide. The value in this is incredible. £7.99 for a half metre. That's a half metre. Hi Stuart, your fabric, would it be suitable for making pyjamas? Thanks Jane from High Peak. Okay, now I have to be serious for a moment about this. I want to say, Jane, yes, absolutely suitable for pyjamas. I have to say officially, no. We have to say on all fabrics that they are not intended for children's sleepwear, and that's because the law states that to say something suitable for children's sleepwear, it has to be treated with a fire retardant finish. Okay, so what I can say is perfect for lounge pants. Yeah, for elasticated lounge trousers, little cotton tops. But officially, I have to say no for children's sleepwear or for pyjamas. I hope that helps. I like to be really honest about that. It's the law to say that. All right. Black PU. Everybody needs this. Everybody needs this. If you've never sewn with PU before and you're thinking, but it's like leather, isn't it? Well, it looks like leather and it feels like leather, but it behaves like regular fabric. You can use a regular needle, no leather needle required. You can machine sew it like a dream. It's not a bad idea to use a walking foot when you're constructing, or a non-stick or Teflon foot. If you've got the Brother FS250, that has got a Teflon foot included. Susie asks, is the PU suitable for hats? Oh, Susie, love that. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, flat cap, bucket hats, beautiful, absolutely perfect. Yeah, yeah, that would look really cool, wouldn't it? And it's great for making clothing as well. Skirts, jackets, waistcoats. Jane, thank you. I will make lounge pants with it. Jane, I love you. I love you. That's awesome. Yeah, you know, gorgeous. It would make the most beautiful lounge pants, wouldn't it? That's the black. We've also got navy. Indigo. Okay, okay. Yeah, well, it is navy. It's got the slightest, would you agree it's got the slightest purplish hue to it? Adorable. Jane, we love you. We're all giggling about that. It's perfect. 60 wide, soft and supple. Really easy to work with. These creases, by the way, iron your ironing board, especially if you've got a wool pressing mat, that's ideal. Iron your ironing board, then lay this on top and smooth it with your hand. You know, lay it down this side. You can iron from the back as well. You can iron onto the fabric from the back, and just smooth it onto a warm ironing board, and that'll smooth it out. Use a clapper. If you've got a wooden clapper, use those. You can't iron your seams, like for hems and things. You need to use things like little quilters clips, or the other thing which is super useful is double-sided tape. You know, the kind of thing that Baffa uses to put zips in? Use that, turn the hem, stick it up, and then sew it, and you'll get the best finish. We've got one more PU. Apparently, it's not on the table, but we will find it. It's a grey. It's a grey PU. We'll show you the web image. It'll be with that layer cake. I'm telling you. It's gone walkabouts. Okay, here's a quick I love a quick suggestion. Use a hairdryer. Gently takes the creases out. Loving the show. Kathleen, that's a brilliant tip. Thank you for that. Hairdryer. Awesome. Grey PU. Love that. Right, what's next? What's next? We have got cotton canvas. Again, really useful fabrics. Black first. Cotton canvas. Sturdy, strong, ideal for bag making. Width-wise, 56 inches. 56 inches wide, so brilliant. If you bought any of those Scandi cotton canvases from the earlier show, these would fit together really well. These would fit together. Stop it. dark grey. And charcoal, thank you. Charcoal. Very smart though. Michael, I bet you've put those Scandi fabrics away, have you? You know the Scandi cotton canvas? Don't matter. Hi Stuart, can you sew ripstock and cotton together? Thinking of using it on the back of picnic cushions. Love your new fabric range. Cheryl, thank you so much. And yes, you can. Absolutely. Brilliant for something like a picnic quilt backing or like a beach mat backing. You could sew them together, absolutely. You could bind the edges, you could bag it out and turn it through. It's ideal, absolutely ideal for stuff like that. Cushions, the lot. And actually, I tell you what I did do. You know, in Bags for Life, there's the bag that opens out and turns into a beach towel. Well, there's a pillow that goes with that. Now, I put cotton on one side and waffle towel on the other, but the pillow insert inside I made out of ripstock. Don't worry, Michael, honestly, it's fine. It's fine. I was just thinking, you remember, don't you, those lovely Scandi fabrics that we have? Have a look on the website. I think they'd work really well. Right. Light grey, ash, silver, silver. You can line bags with this. It's also really good for, you know, adding to quilt weight cotton. Looks really nice with quilt weight cotton. And in actual fact, I did use it quite a lot in Bags for Life. Yeah. Oh, I've put it down somewhere. It's the day of things going missing. Doesn't matter. Bags for Life. Bags for Life book. I bet it was off the bookshelf, actually. That's what it is. That's what's wunderbar. Thank you. Awesome. I was just going to show you. What's that? This book? Oh. Well, I was just going to show you this here. Well, I'm seeing that. Oh, I know. Yes. So there's the convertible tote and towel. So the pillow inside, I made the inside from ripstop. And then this will be perfect, especially the bottom, to use the cotton canvas for. So the base is really sturdy. Navy, grey, something like that would really work. You know, when you have like false memory syndrome, I was convinced I'd use navy cotton canvas for the bottom of that bag. Ending 7.5. Overtired. Light blue. Sky blue. Beautiful. That's pretty. That's a really pretty colour, isn't it? Again, 56 inches wide, sturdy cotton canvas, washes really well. Lilac, 47. Lilac. Violet, sorry. Is this violet? Oh no, this is lilac. Ah, lilac. Smell the lilacs. Smell the lilacs. Pink. Pink to make the boys wink. Does it work? Does it work? No. Let's put everybody off. I was eating my lunch then, Stuart. Gorgeous. Right, that's cotton canvas. We have got some designer cotton canvas. Oh, can I just quickly show the cream? Sorry, very importantly, cream. Cotton canvas. Cream, we definitely need that. You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get a few half meters of this in your stash, just for when you want to make a bag. You've always got it to hand then. We don't often have it on air, to be honest. Right, some designer cotton canvas. We've got a couple of Tim Holtz ones. Should we do the world map? Perfect. Can you find India? Or there's Australia. There's Australia, Hong Kong. Where's Legoland? That's right. Anybody know where Legoland is? Oh. The Pacific Ocean, the Pacific Ocean. Charlie and I always say to each other, what do you pacifically mean? I've got to travel across the Pacific. Just to amuse ourselves. It's what we do. Again though, cotton canvas. Cotton canvas, nice and sturdy and strong. Families do that though, don't they? They all have their own little hidden language that they use with each other at home. Except I expose ours on television. Ending 6-8. This again is Tim Holtz. This is franking, isn't it? Franking. Not Frankenstein. Franking postcards. Gosh, this is something that soon people will not recognise. Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. They'll, you know, there's a generation that just will not know what this is. This next one is a toile de joie, which I am loving. $4.99 for that. That's amazing. Rich Pop Art Panama. It's not the title I was expecting. I love toile de joie. I once decorated a whole bedroom. It was literally wallpaper, curtains, bedding, everything, all in toile de joie. So it was like being immersed in it. It was lovely. Yeah, it was pretty high end. Where are dancing ladies? These two. They're not dancing ladies. That's a woman and a man, and they're courting. They're sitting down, not dancing. Look. Look. She's saying, call this a bunch of flowers? Get back to your chateau. I've no interest in you, young man. Quite right too. Oh no, I want to spend hours looking at that. Cotton canvas. It's the last one. I'll give you a code ending 67. Has it? Sold out? Oh. Let's have a look at what you could have won. Okay, sold out. All right, Stuart Hillard. Who is he and what do they do? Should we do patterns first? Okay, so one of my most favourite patterns that I've ever made, and actually ever made myself actually, is the Strippity Doodah. It's a really, really fun bag to make. You actually get the pattern for 2 different bags. So it's a large bag, a deep bag, and at the moment these sides are pinched in. There are little magnets, little locks in either side that pinch it in. It's actually a rectangular profile, but you can pinch it in to change that. So you've strip piece it using jelly roll or strip roll pieces, and that's all you need for the outside of the fabric. You need 2.5-inch strips. That's why it's called the Strippity Doodah. And then there's a smaller bag as well, which is half the size, you know, lower down, sort of a great kind of chuck everything in it, take it to the theatre, or just have as your general everyday bag. On the small bag I've used some really nice resin handles, and in the pattern I show you how to attach those. And then on the large bag I show you how to make these really smart fabric handles, which you can, now you can mix and match those. So if you've got some resin handles, you could put them on the large bag. If you can't find them anywhere, then you can use the fabric handles, and they look super smart on either bag. So you get full instructions for how to create the bag. It's really fun making. It looks awesome in any fabric combination, really. It's also got a little tab and a lock inside to close the bag up. And as I say, super fun to make. Just a little hint, by the way, we might just be getting some resin handles in here on Sewing Street. Yeah. But yeah, make this in any strip roll. Would look lovely in Cafe, would look lovely in French General, would look lovely in scraps. And I've strip pieced it in vertical rows, but you could actually, this could be all sorts of pieces sewn together to make those 2.5-inch strips. It could literally be odds and ends that you sew together to make your strippity doodah. So that's strippity doodah. March was its last time out. I'll have to bring the bags in and we'll have another look at them. I had them in my car for ages, but they're not there now. Now another bag from me, the String Stars Shopper. Now this was a bag, I mean, I love the bag, but I also wanted to absolutely fill this with techniques as well. So you could learn loads of different techniques. You've never seen this one, Ben? So you're going to learn how to do string piecing. So it's a scrap piecing technique. You can learn to do string piecing to create these big kite shapes. You're also going to learn how to do strip piecing for the side sections. You're going to learn how to do simple foundation paper piecing, and it is very simple. Look, I'll show you. It is 3 pieces. That's all, so everyone can do that. You're going to learn how to make a 3-dimensional scalloped topper for the top of the bag. And also it's got a security pocket inside the bag. So actually held in the top facing inside the bag, there's actually a zipped pocket. This gets inserted, the top edge gets inserted into the seam between the top facing and the lower part of the lining, so you can flip it out the bag and you can put important stuff like keys or cash in there, and it's all zipped away so no one can just grab it out your bag. So you've got all your templates in there. There's lots and lots to learn making this bag for £9.99. Now also, I do just want to mention that this centre part, this kite shape, this string piece kite shape, would make the most divine quilt. You could make a beautiful quilt, scrap quilt, out of that block. And it is a square block when it's all sewn together. So you could easily use this pattern to make a table runner, a quilt, a cushion. Use it, abuse it. Do what you will. All right. Now we've got a few of my panels on the show. The borrow bag. Can I just have, please, Charlie, perhaps the taupe and blue borrow bag? It's literally behind you, Charlie, on the shelf. Thank you. This is the blue version of my borrow bag. So borrow is a technique from Japan of layering up real, like, sort of scraps of fabric on top of each other, okay, to create a patchwork. So all these squares and rectangles get layered up on top of something like muslin or calico, and then you stitch straight lines or circles or whatever to hold all of those scrap patches down. So what I've done in this bag is to create a faux version. So the patchwork's already printed and you make it up into a bag. Now this bag right here, this is the other colourway which we don't have in stock at the moment, but I'll just show you. Here's the finished bag. So you've got all the patches. I've done vertical matchstick quilting and horizontal matchstick quilting. I've put a little, it's got a flap on the top of it, but you don't have to use that. You could have it without. You could even put a zip across the top. You get a loop and a button cover as well if you want to do it with that, but I did the flap. And then on the back you can see more of that borrow patchwork. Simple and easy. It's just got boxed corners, so it's a very, very easy bag to make. It's got an adjustable shoulder strap, so you can wear this over your shoulder short, or you can extend it and wear it crossbody style. Okay. I've also put this with removable shoulder strap. So actually, if you wanted to, you could have a short strap that goes on as well, maybe like a short leather strap. You can buy short leather straps with clips on, so you could mix it up a little bit. But really fun bag. You need some Boselin form. Sewing is great because you're going to do lots of quilting. It doesn't need to be a fusible one. You could use a two-sided fusible as well, that's fine as well. We've got both of those in stock. So this version that we've got is the all blues, and it's really lovely kind of bright cobalty blues. Now you get all of the fabric that you're going to need. So you get your outers, you get all of your lining pieces as well, you get your shoulder straps, your tabs, there's an inside pocket as well, and look here, you get pieces to make a complementing zip purse to go in the bag as well, and full instructions. Everything's printed. This is for the bag and this is for the purse. So you don't have to buy separate instructions for £19.99. Now that's brilliant value. I think you'll agree, because you've got everything that you need. You just need to add some in-our form. If you don't want to add any metalware, you don't have to. The shoulder strap could just be inserted into the seam. You don't have to have that leather closure. If I just show you, to find it, right here, look, you've got a strip here. Oh no, wait a minute, that's not it. You've got your button cover, so you've got a circle for covering a button with. Okay, and you've also, there it is, got a piece of fabric here which you use as a button loop. Okay, so you can have a button loop and a covered button, or you could do what I've done. So I used that button loop and I made the loop and then I inserted it into the inner seam, and I've actually attached a lobster clasp or a swivel clip to that. So what you could do then is clip your keys onto that tab. It tucks inside the inner pocket, and then you always know where your keys are. Okay, I'll leave that with you. Oh, some more panels from me. Can we do the Christmas one? So this is Joy to the World. And this was my Christmas bag from last year. We've just got a few of these left. Now, this is a big shopper's tote bag. And what you've got is, let me open it out. It's a huge panel. So your front and back bag are this peppermint candy stripe. Yeah, candy cane. So your outer bag is this. However, you're only going to see this bit in the corner of that, because on the outside of your bag, you've got these huge outer pockets. So this is where the party's happening. So, so you've got this lovely Christmassy branch with poinsettia. It says Joy. It's a little pair of sewing scissors and a little patchwork applique bird on one side. On the other side of the bag, you've got another pocket. This says, sew the most wonderful time of the year, because that's how you make the most wonderful time of the year. You sew it with the vintage sewing machine and a lovely poinsettia wreath. So you'll add your own lining fabric to the back of your pocket and the inside of your bag. A solid calico would be fine for that as well. And then you've got things like your shoulder straps, your handles, you've got a bag facing inside. So you don't even see your calico if you've used that for your lining when you open your bag, really, because there's a facing round the top. Now you've also got a matching purse that goes with the bag, so you can add a little zip to that and make a purse. You've also got that security pocket. You know, I told you about the security zip pocket from the string star. Well, I included it on this as well. So you've got the lower and the upper part, and then this is the lining of that security pocket. Plus, look, here are all your instructions for how to make the bag up. So you don't have to buy a separate pattern. So that's Joy to the World. You'll be singing that for the rest of the day. And then I've got my Rainbow is my favourite colour messenger bag. Now there are two different versions. Very, very limited stock these now. So have we got any pictures of these? They're on my Instagram. So the outer bag on this one, this is the pastel version. You've got a grey linen texture front and back to the bag. And then you've got side panels and a flap, which are in this gorgeous silver grey diagonal plaid. So far, no rainbow. Okay, so you've got gorgeous rainbow lining, okay, for the whole bag. You've got shoulder straps, they're grey. Where's the party? Where's the rainbow? Where's that party at? So this is where the party's at. So included on the edge of your panel, you have these two long rainbow strips. And the idea with this bag is that you're going to cut into the flap, the front of the bag, the back pocket, wherever you like, the side pockets, and you're going to insert strips of rainbow colour. So for example, on the front flap, you could cut out your flap, then slice straight through, line up your ruler and slice into two bits. Sew a strip of rainbow in the middle, sew it back together, and then use your lining piece to cut it back to size. Because obviously inserting a strip makes it bigger, cut it back to size. You could cut again then, diagonally, into two pieces, sew your strip of rainbow in, sew it back together, use your lining piece to reshape that flat piece. Here's a picture of the bright one to show you what I mean. So I've added strips up the side, I've added strips through the front flap. So it really depends, how rainbow are you? Are you a lot rainbow? Are you a little rainbow? I'm a lot rainbow, but you knew that. Lots of you missed out when this bag launched, actually. It was back at my birthday in February. The one you just saw on screen, by the way, was the bright rainbow. So that one has a dark charcoal grey plaid, a dark charcoal front and back. So you can just make yourself a really smart dark plaid and grey bag and have rainbow interior. You could line that with your own fabrics. You could make a rainbow bag the same, so you could get two bags and not use the strips at all. But look, here are the bright strips. These are some of my favourites. I'd buy a whole panel just with those strips on it. I might do that one day. Look at these. So these are your rainbow strips that you're then going to do. How vibrant, how saturated in colour are they? So you can use those to add as much or as little rainbow as you want. And of course you get full instructions printed on the panel. No extra pen is needed to be spent on a pattern. Right, we've got some other kits over here. The Hermione Cambridge in black. These are gorgeous. These are gorgeous. So this is the Hermione backpack. It's made in faux leather, vegan leather. It's solely Salam. Here's that backpack. It's gorgeous. It's like a satchel, but then it has straps so you can wear it as a backpack or carry it with the handle. Here is it in black. Here it is. Here is it. Here it is in black. It's completely hand sewn using saddle stitch. And before you think, oh my goodness, my fingers would never get it through faux leather, all the leather is all cut out, the holes are all punched, and you get a tutorial on how to do saddle stitch and how to put it, and it's literally two needles passing in and out through the holes. It's awesome. The bag looks gorgeous. You've made one of these, Charlie, right? Yeah, that's awesome. It's awesome. Tracy's asked a question. Hi Stuart, is the cotton canvas sturdy enough not to have to interface it when making a bag? Thank you. Yes and no. It depends how sturdy you want your bag. You could still use something like in our form if you wanted a very structured bag, but if you're using for something like tote bag I wouldn't bother interfacing that. Best thing to do is get yourself 1/2 metre, experiment, see what effect you like, what you want, and then take it from there. It's always worth experimenting. That's why I always have interfacings and foams and things like that in stock at home, so that I can have a little play before I start making a bag. All right, that's the Hermione backpack kit in black. We've also got it in a red, which is gorgeous. That's stunning. That's a proper poppy red. Here's the finished bag. Now, can you imagine stepping out with that on your back? Absolutely beautiful. You get your buckles, you get your shoulder strap, you get everything. You even get your thread and a little pair of clippers, nippers for your metalware. It's absolutely superb. It's a beautifully put together kit for $42.99. That is stunning. And then we've also got the Hermione backpack in chocolate. Chocolate. High in fat, low in fat. Chocolate. Let's just write that on the board. Dust. You know the one I'm talking about. That is gorgeous. So we've got, there's the picture. Oh, that's yummy. That's like caramel, isn't it? Chocolate. It's scary, isn't it? You know, years ago I did think about becoming a Diet Club leader. I won't mention any brand names for obvious reasons, but I'm afraid I would have been like Marjorie Dawes. Well, no, I wouldn't actually, not really. But oh my goodness, Stuart, what are you doing to me? I was not going to buy anything, but I like all the teas. This hour I got trigger happy with the proceed to check out. Michelle. But sometimes it's just about the right things, isn't it? And I do love me a bit of bag making, as you know. Gorgeous. Right, that's Hermione. Done with Hermione. Should we do Fenella? Fenella. Come here, you. A friend of mine's sister's called Fenella. Fenella Fielding. I mustn't carry on screaming. Fenella handbag. We've got a picture. This is the chocolate. Chocolate, it would be, wouldn't it? Let's talk about cravings. Not John Cravings, not John Cravings News Round. Cravings. What food do you crave? Biscuits. This is it. This is Fenella. Chocolate. Stop it. All right, okay, good. And we're back. I used to like when they did Barbara Cartland. How many pages? 17. She slid down the slide. Whee! How many pages now? 19. Oh, just publish it. Lovely. Fenella handbag. That's me when I'm writing a book. It really isn't. I never know when to stop. Just keep going. These are all hand sewn with saddle stitch. You do not need any special equipment. You don't need anything. You even get the needle. They're absolutely brilliant. You get all of your pre-cut, all the holes punched, the straps, the shoulder straps, the zip, you name it. The whole thing. Absolutely beautiful. That's Fenella in chocolate. And then we've also got it in sunflower. That's a bit of me. That's lovely. If we've got a picture. Oh. And again, it's so soft and supple. It's vegan leather, isn't it? Look, it's so smart. That is lovely. Oh, Lisa Lamb. She's good, isn't she? Absolutely lovely. Well, you get the idea. That's the bag, and that's it in sunflower. My friend Maxine once conned a flower seller out of a bunch of sunflowers. Well, she charmed a bunch of sunflowers out of him. She didn't con them. She charmed them. She blagged them. She blagged them. Honey bunny. Oh, it's cute. That's cute, the honey bunny bag. This is in chalk ice. Oh, I've got cravings now. I'm craving that. That's gorgeous. William Morris. Oh, William Morris. Willie Moe. The shapely shoulder in Willie Moe. Now I've got the... No, it's the water lilies. It's the Monet. No. That's the one. That's the one. This is, thank you, this is the water lilies, the Monet shapely shoulder bag. It's a lovely shape, that, isn't it? Little bit of quilting. Very nice. This one's got a little magnetic fastening. You can put a zip in the top if you prefer. You get a little purse and you get a little mini bag in there as well. I love it. Pattern and panel for £19.99. That's been very popular. Right. Time for the menu. It's John Scott tomorrow. John Scott. Ooh! John Scott's here. 8 a.m. bulk buys. At 9 a.m. Blue Skies and Nutmeg Fabrics launch with Stuart Hillard. Who dat? At 10 o'clock, beautiful bundles. And then at 11 o'clock, I've got the William Morris Natural Beauty quilt with Stuart Hillard's. There's more than one. My goodness, somebody call the Coast Guard. At 12 o'clock, quilting tools and wadding. That sounds like a smasher of a day. I will be bringing you Natural Beauty tomorrow. Who knew? I hope you'll join me. Until then, take care of yourselves. Hi, Stuart Hillard here, and I'm super excited to launch my brand new fabric range this Friday here on Sewing Street. It's called Blue Skies and Nutmeg. So this brand new range features chickens and vintage florals, yarn-dyed plaids and checks, and also some gorgeous stripes. It's perfect for children's wear, for adult wear, dressmaking, home dec. Brilliant for making bags. I've got a few different examples here. And then, of course, perfect for making a quilt or two for your home as well. Make sure you join me this Friday here on Sewing Street for the brand new launch of my brand new range, Blue Skies and Nutmeg.